whole lower to mid back is really bugging me. Sometimes if I get into it, I'm like, oh, this actually feels good today. But then sometimes depending on.
You know what my version of cat-cow is legs up. And this is almost, I think, what animals do. It's like legs up, and they do all this stuff, because this is what I think animals do, is, they put their paws in the air, and then they try to scratch their back. Yeah. So this is my version of cat-cow sometimes, because sometimes I just don't want to be on my arms and my knees, because those joints are my problems. And so I'll end up hanging. Nice. And doing, because I've watched plenty of animals do that thing,
Just using the pelvis to kind of rotate.
Yeah, to rotate that. So that would be another way of actually helping somebody who doesn't want to be on their knees, but they can actually put their calves on something. And sometimes the higher the surface, it can create some of that awareness in space, and it also keeps their back long.
Yeah.
Because the floor is not going to let them cave this way.
Yeah. And
you'll also be able to see what their true posture is, because if they're laying on the ground and their shoulders are this way, and if you go over there and they don't go anywhere, then, I always tell people, I go, massage your pecs, make those pecs let go so you can get the shoulder to lay down. And this kind of rotation also teaches you if people can actually lay their shoulders down. A lot of people, this is how they lay when they lay on the ground. Their wrists are up like this. And that is anatomical. There's anatomical stuff involved in that also.
So this is a good article also to be bringing your practice home. And one thing I wanted to point out in the first 3 sentences, what's your hardest yoga pose? So just take a moment, think about what's your hardest yoga pose. If you and your yoga friends were to compare notes, you'd likely come up with a wide variety of answers, but virtually all practitioners will tell you that a greater challenge lies in, developing and maintaining a home practice. So actually practicing and doing something regular is more challenging than any of the specific poses. Yes, everybody's going, oh yeah. So this is a great article because it talks about that, but then it also has about how to plan practice, which poses, what to do for a well-rounded practice, long-range practicing, the energies. So again, this is an article I suggest that you take.
What's the number on that one?
The number?
Yeah, at the bottom of the page, there's a code number. At the bottom.
YouTube Yoga 819.
819, okay. Yeah, I do that. That one's really familiar.
So, that's a good thing. This is a good resource for reading about, again, another perspective on sequencing. So,
I have a quick question.
Yes.
Does muscle memory also play in a big factor for people that come in, like when you notice that they're there every Tuesday, then Thursday, then Tuesday, then Thursday? There's just in terms of getting that constant schedule down.
Yes.
There's a certain teacher that I don't go to anymore Tuesdays and Thursday mornings because for the last 2 years it's been the same class every Tuesday and the same class every Thursday. And it's I got it memorized, I don't, and it does nothing for me anymore.
I don't need to be leaving.
That is actually Shivananda. Shivananda tradition does the same salutation practice. And you do Shavasana in between it sometimes, and you rest and get too cool. That was a complaint from one of from Anna. She started out in Shivananda, and she loved getting all warm and cozy. And then all of a sudden they put them in Shavasana, and they'd be in Shavasana for too long, and she'd get cold and uncomfortable. So she didn't like that at all when she first started yoga. So she searched out things that kept her moving to keep everything warm and gooey.
Yeah.
And then again. And Anna wouldn't do the same classes. She would sequence Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays would be strengthening and inversions, and Tuesdays and Thursdays would be about twisting.
Okay, yeah. See, it's literally it's the same class up until Tuesdays at the end was chest opener, then Shavasana. Thursdays, same exact thing. Thursdays, then it was inversions, then Shavasana. Like, but other than that, it was the
always the
exact same thing.
My favorite classes are always the teachers that change things
Yeah,
up.
same here. Yeah, yeah.
The only other thing that I can say about doing a continual sequence is to help you drill a practice into your head so you take it and evolve it yourself. Because once you know it, then you can start to toy with it, which is about continuous practice. And that's when you can take it, and if you've been moving out and out of the poses in only 3 breaths, or you've been doing 5 breaths, you can make the breaths longer, or you can make them shorter. Can you energize all the extremities and the limbs? If you take the class, what can you do different as you're taking the practice instead of get stuck on the fact that we did this last Tuesday?
Yeah, yeah. Well, just for me, like, just because it was like, it was therapeutic, like, basic, so it was like doing this, and then doing this, and then doing this, literally at that rate, you know, after a while, I just...
This speaks to what the very first class we did, and the first couple classes where Lisanne was guiding, where the question was, what do you like in a yoga practice? What kind of yoga teacher do you want to be? What are the things that make you go back? And those are the things that you should do in your practice. Someone else, they might love the repetition because they just, it's almost like going through a Tai Chi practice where you're doing the same sequence of poses and that becomes the meditative, the sequence that you do. And in Tai Chi, you're not busting out your own moves, you know, you're following the sequence, the designated sequence. So then that's not the style for you.
Yeah. It's the most popular class there, though. She has 23 plus people there every Tuesday.
Well, like Janice says, I like to turn my brain off.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was doing after a while too, and I was just like, oh, we're already at the end.
And you know what, Anton, I have to remind you that that's a hard thing for you. That's why that's challenging for you.
And I will say this, sometimes the style of yoga you're drawn to isn't necessarily the best style of yoga to balance you. You know, like I remember once I was teaching a Svarupa class, which is really, I mean, that class you could be on your back the whole class and not stand up. And I had somebody come in who clearly was looking for like an Ashtanga practice. Clearly, you could just tell. You just tell. I mean, it was like, I could tell. And so we started going through the practice, and I was like, this is probably the #1 class she needs, but she could not stay through the whole class. She physically
can't sit through Shavasana.
Right. So it's just to be aware, and to be aware that even if that's not your favorite thing or what your heart's drawn to, but that once in a while it might be good for balancing purposes to be in it and say, I'm doing this for self-care, for balancing. Not because this is the style I want to practice all the time that's true to my heart. Yeah.
When I learned Ashtanga, I learned it and I got to do it for about a year, and that class ended. And then the only other option I had was I wasn't ready to go into flow classes yet. I just didn't have the language. So the classes that I was available for were Iyengar classes. And it's very funny because the sequencing for that page, Carl would he'd start the Iyengar class, it was like a cocktail party. And I was used to this Ashtanga practice. It's like, well, so what are you doing today? And he'd put us into Warrior 2 or Warrior 1, whatever, you know. Or else he'd make us just go, okay, we're starting with handstands. Oh gosh. But it was in Hollywood. It was at Center for Yoga. It was in Hollywood, so it was always warm in that space and stuff like that. So you could get away with things like that. We're going to start with this. But my little brain that was so used to the Ashtanga practice where I wanted this structure of like in, out, up, down, extend, just, contract. I was just like, but I stuck with it, I stuck with it, and there were issues physically in my body that were acts of violence that were going on, and I was starting to go on this search of like, why does this always hurt? And the Iyengar practice didn't heal it, but it slowed me down enough to start paying attention and listening to people if they had a different point of view. Because the Ashtanga practice is very much, I know what I'm doing.
you know? Unless the the guru comes up and like makes that adjustment, but it's like, I know what I'm doing, and once you get going, because the Mysore practice is like that. You just do it because you know the order of it. So, yeah.
And some people need and like that regimented. In our last teacher training, we had people who were like, they loved that. They loved that, you know, this is how you do it like this, and this is the sequence, and that's it, period. You know, and then there's other people, and again, it's like this, it goes, the style that you like, the style you're drawn to will change, and that's part of it. So, okay, I'm gonna put a period at that.
Yes.
And we're gonna take a break to go to the restroom, get some water, clear off your mat, because we're gonna go to asana practice next. So take 5 minutes. Let's do quarter tilt, go to the bathroom, get water. Okay, so we're going to do.
We're on Wi-Fi and it's actually holding.
Nice. So are we recording?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So we're gonna do this one first.
Okay.
So we need to pull out,
Those are the beginning ones, correct? Everybody's gonna get a beginning one.
Everybody's gonna get a beginning one, and then, well, the toolbox game is we need to pull a couple that we've already done.
Yeah. Well, we've done all of these,
Right.
and then we're gonna mix them up.
Yeah, so we have to pick up, so we've done the ones at the beginning?
Yeah, all of these are actually, basically all of this stuff right here.
Right through.
Yeah, even up to bow.
Okay. So let's take that one, that one, that one, not that one, not that one, not that one, no,
That one.
that one, this one, this one, this one, this one.
Because we don't have 5 people here yet.
I know, yeah.
Set aside. That's where it stops.
Stops.
We've covered all of that stuff. This is your fork, should you want it? I'm going to taste this because I haven't tasted it since I made it. Because I'm hungry.
Was there a particular reason why you picked these 3 as starting poses?
Just as at the beginning of a practice, because you can start focusing. The variation.
Oh, okay.
Or you can trade this one for
I guess I was thinking starting pose in a different way that you were thinking starting pose. I wasn't thinking starting pose as in the beginning. I was thinking of the pose that
would come next.
with the sequence would start with, not the practice would start with.
That's the other one I was thinking of.
Yeah.
You can change it around even more.
Yeah. Let's see. We've got 1, 2, 3. We were going to have everybody work together, though. And since we're missing some people, let's do this one, and then we wanted each person, so we need 9 other poses. So 1, 2, 3.
I tried to, but I couldn't.
5, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So there would be 1, 2, 3, and then this would be the starting pose. Okay, perfect. So hold on, I'm just trying to figure out how to do this because that was different than what I 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yes. Okay, perfect. I've got it.
And you're going to mix them all up.
Yep. And then we're just using one starting pose because we only have one group.
Got it.
So I'm going to use this one. Okay.
Oh, yeah. parents have a friend that lives up on Arrowhead.
Okay, Margaret's online. Hi, Margaret.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, are you going to make it up the hill before 6?
Yeah, I'm driving.
Oh, okay.
I think I just passed like the turnoff for Arrowhead.
Well, just take your time. We're here. You can listen in if you don't want to watch because you're driving.
Yeah, I don't know how to answer it. I finally got in a spot where it was.
Yeah, you're actually cutting out. So if you need to confer with anybody, just text me.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So what we're going to do is you guys are going to come up with a sequence using these poses. Okay. Here's our starting pose. So this has to be the first pose. It's going to be Baddha Konasana. Okay. So Baddha Konasana is the first pose. Each of you will take 3 of the cards, and you don't have to do them randomly. You can decide, okay, I want to teach this, I want to teach this. Each person will teach 3 poses, but you have to decide which sequence is best for a mini practice. So there's 9 poses plus 1 is 10. So you can go through, converse. This is a group exercise, and so you can lay them out on the ground. You could go and say, what's the sequence that we're going to do, and then who wants to teach what, and see how you would do those. And those are all poses that we've already taught and learned and done in class here. Each person will teach 3 poses. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
You got it? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Ready, set, go.
The poses don't have to be in sequence, right?
I'm sorry?
You say each person teaches 3 poses. The 3 poses don't have to be in sequence, right?
No, right. No. You could teach 2 at the beginning, 1 at the end, nothing like that.
Okay.
So come up with your sequence and who's teaching what, and then you're going to teach
Well,
Lisa, Ann, and I.
First, I'm looking at that starting pose,
Yeah,
and how
me
do
too.
we want to come out of it? Do we want to land our balance? See, but then we need to come up.
Yeah.
We don't want to end standing.
Probably should be table and then maybe sunburn.
That's what I'm thinking too. So we could go this, this. So I can do these. I can grab these 2, and then where do we want to go from sunburn? Do we want to go into plank? Do we want to go into maybe Shavasana?
Probably.
I like that, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It'll be these 2. In order almost.
Mm-hmm.
Where you can't go into.
So do you think we should go, so I can take these 3, and then should we go to this, and then
Fall on your back.
yeah.
I know. It's fun.
Can we
So, yeah, you can use down dog as a
as a
transition back down.
So we do
And
double
then-
dog twice.
or we could go this,
Oh, there you go.
and then step into Virabhadrasana,
Yep.
1 and 2,
Yep.
down dog. But we still need to get into Tadasana.
Oh, this could.
We could do,
Should we reverse the poses back down? Or do they have to go from pose to pose to pose? Like
we can only do the pose 1 time in the sequence.
No, if you want to do it 2 times, I'm not going
Okay,
to stop
there we
you
go.
from doing it. Yeah, if you want to do it 2 times.
Because you can go from to this, back down to this.
Or do we want, okay, because those are supine, so those are,
Yeah, because this could be the transition between the up and the down.
so, and so like into a child's pose. And- or go from here, stay down after plank, after your chaturanga, and stay down on your belly, and then turn over onto your back into the supines.
Just trying to think. You have to go completely all the way up and then completely all the way down.
Well, and you can, if there's a transition pose, like let's say from Tadasana to a forward fold to step back to downward facing dog, you're allowed to do that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, don't think you can't do, you know,
Multiples.
you have to,
Okay.
there's gonna be transition. You have
Okay.
to, you're gonna have to move through something.
Okay.
Sometimes if you want to.
Okay.
Remember, repetition's okay.
Yes, and repetition is okay.
Gotta do both sides, and we're gonna do.
Yeah. And you could go from standing then right into this, and probably back down into plank again.
Well, this is just a natural.
Yeah.
This is a regular
Yeah, that's normal.
routine.
So we almost consider it last before like Asana, and that would probably go before it.
So how do you want to get to lying down?
You may just have to like say everybody, you know, do like
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. You could repeat at the end of his sequence, circle back down. You can go down dog, plank, lower all the way down, stay down, reach your right hip, roll over,
Yeah.
and then you end up here and here. But this is just, well, without getting too repetitive. Just got one and
all right, so
Because you can go right from warrior 1 to warrior 2, and then in that second warrior 2.
So you're doing both sides. Are you doing Adho Mukha Shavasana between? Or are you just gonna go?
I was just gonna do pivot with the back foot
Oh, okay.
and then step forward. You know, right. You can do here. You can do warrior
You can
1
do
to warrior
Tadasana
2,
there.
and then do mountain pose, and then warrior 1 to warrior 2 on the other side, and then down to the downward facing dog.
Yeah.
And then down to plank, and then pose.
Why don't you do plank leading into this plank?
I just want to see what it looks like.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, if you want to do it, go through it once, you can go through it once.
This goes to this,
Yeah.
okay, and this goes to what?
That. And then we can do this, because we do, we'll go.
This, and then, Tadasana right here.
And then this could kind of double then,
I'm talking to Margaret.
like a bracket, scope, you know,
Uh-huh.
at the transition.
I've never seen, honestly, every time I've ever done plank or anything like that, it's always been like on the warm up to stuff. Never on the warm down, not that you couldn't.
I only ever do it in like a set, you know, like a full sequence.
Yeah, but it's usually like you're in the middle of it, because that's like kind of a really kind of active, kind of, for me it is, it's.
Well, then do you want to throw a pose in here? We can bring this up here from
Maybe the, down dog there.
from the down dog
Yeah.
and throw in, go into child's pose. Or from down dog.
Yeah.
I just want to know how you're going to get on the back.
Well, Well, I like a child's pose.
The child's
Whenever I
pose.
do the transition, I always just do the squat without using your hands. Like, you know, you can go into
Why don't
that.
you guys just go through the sequence
Yeah.
and see
Yeah.
see what
Let's
comes
do it.
natural? Because if
Yeah.
something doesn't come natural for one of you, then
Yeah.
give it.
So
This is the
We're
alternate
standing at- We're
variation.
starting at Baddha Konasana. So this is tricky because we want to get in Chakra Prakasana. We want to get into a table pose. So,
Just everyone get into table pose.
bring your knees together.
Staff pose and then bring your legs around.
Do
That's
we,
tricky.
That you literally have to think about.
Yeah.
What does
Yeah.
the transition look like? What do you say when you do a
So
transition?
from Baddha Konasana,
You know?
bring your legs crossed, tip forward on your knees,
Oh yeah, that works.
and now you're in table. Okay. So, and this is where they do the cat-cow.
Yeah.
So you can inhale, bring the chin up, exhale, round the back, push the hips up and back a little bit. Inhale 3 more times, exhale. Inhale, chin up, back belly. Exhale, round the side, jump, side. 1 more time, inhale. And the neutral spine. This time we're going to press into the left hand and the right knee. Bring up the right hand and the left leg. Flex the back foot. And extend it down the leg. Breathe quick. Deep breaths. Breathe into the back. Release the hand, release the hip. Extend the left hand, push into the right, bring up the right leg, exhale, 3 times, exhale, back into Chakra. Pull the toes, extend the legs back, push into the hands, and then. So, is that a weird transition?
yeah, it's
I mean, that's
weird.
where usually you go to downward facing dog and
I know.
your feet are closer to make
Yeah.
that step
Right.
forward.
Right. So from here,
Well, if you've introduced downward facing dog, then you can always add it back in, right?
Okay.
Why don't we just do down dog and then go to,
the chaturanga.
yeah.
And you've introduced it, so it doesn't mean you can't repetitize.
Right.
Oh, okay, so it doesn't have to be
Yeah, it doesn't-
exactly in that order. We can.
Well, and that's the thing is how do you transition? What is a
Okay.
natural
Okay.
transition?
Yeah,
Okay.
because I
Exactly.
didn't like that transition. You know, we're back in table.
I mean, it makes
now you're
perfect
in-
sense to do
now you're
that,
in plank.
and that's a lot
I
more
mean,
work.
you can just push up.
There's
with
an
the
easy
hips.
transition to this to getting on your back, so you can actually put that up here and do it.
Like I
that
said,
way, and
is
then
you may have to
reintroduce this as a
repeat,
floater. You know.
Mhm.
yeah, you may
Or
have to
repeat
repeat
use it.
several different poses.
Yeah.
Just to be able to make the transitions work together.
Right.
Most classes I've been to, they use downward dog as a transition pose several times.
Yeah.
Right,
Right.
and that is a natural thing,
Okay.
so
So then
just
let's-
remember that.
So
And you can
we're-
use child's pose too.
Because I went back to table after
Mhm.
sunburn because you have to get your knees and your hands down.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so then after we've done the stabilization, we've done this, hand down, we do the other one, hands down, we're back in table, roll the toes, lift the hips, push into the hands and the feet, pedal out the feet. And then that's the next one.
Ready for the plank.
Mhm.
From there, just shift forward.
Shift forward. Okay, who's gonna teach that one?
I can.
Isn't it, it seems like we're doing it, honestly, I think it'd be nice if we could do 3 at a time.
Right,
We make it
instead
a
of
lot-
trying,
yeah.
so we don't get ourselves confused.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're gonna do plank, hero, 1, 2, Virabhadrasana, 1, 2.
Yeah.
And then you'll do mountain
Yep.
pose 2, you're laying down. Okay, so we're in down dog. Okay.
And go ahead and shift the weight forward, your shoulders, bring yourself down into plank, push the heels back towards the back of the room, stabilize yourself. If you need to, you can drop that left knee to the ground and pick that right leg up and step between your hands. Go ahead and push your legs up forward, and if you have to, make sure your knee is up over your ankle, not over your ankle, above your ankle.
So we're in a lunge.
Yeah, I'm just trying
And
to
then
think
we're
of a way
going
so
to-
you don't have to like,
Yeah. And remember, you can introduce Tadasana.
yeah.
You can do that after down dog.
Oh, yeah.
You can put the Tadasana in, because these are, remember, there is always gonna be a repetition.
Yeah.
Never
Okay.
hesitate to like introduce what you're gonna put in.
Yeah, there you go.
So from plank, you can just lower that left knee, step the right leg between your hands, and then bring the other leg up between your hands as well. And then from the forward fold, come up the mountain. And then when you're ready, step that right leg back. Bring your hands up into warrior. 1. And on that exhale, go ahead and pivot that back right leg out. Take the whole torso out. Bring your hands out to a T. And look over the left hand into warrior 2. Then you can pivot that right leg back in and windmill that right arm forward. Back up into warrior 1. Push through that back heel, back up into mountain. Lower the hands. Then opposite side, inhale, hands up. Step back to the left foot into warrior 1. Pivot that left leg out. Rotate the torso out, hands in a T, and then flip over left or right. And then windmill that left hand forward as you step forward.
Wait, we're going back into warrior 1.
Back into mountain.
Oh, see that? Torques my knee if I try to do that.
Okay.
Well, so you want, so,
Yeah.
and this is that thing, is,
So if
you
you're
will
gonna-
see people
So if you go
fudging.
here,
Yeah.
You can't, to windmill, you have to make sure this happens first. You could go into crescent maybe.
Yeah.
Or
And remember, you can
drop
use
back.
down dog again. You've done
Yeah.
both sides.
Yeah.
You could use the down dog again if you
You
wanted
just
to.
pivot your hands forward
It's
and
okay.
then back down. Hands down. Okay. I see. Then plank and then step forward again in the mountain, and then it's kind of that full rotation back to where you were.
Or you already got the mountain pose in.
Yeah.
You pause longer in the mountain pose from the first side.
Yeah.
You've got the mountain pose in, and you
Just-
hand
I'm
it
just
turn.
trying to
Just
think then of the transition.
Sequencing, transitioning from this to this and then back to that. That's having an issue on that. So,
And remember, you don't have to agree about things. If you're taking a certain section of it, you don't have to agree about how it takes place. If you're doing round robin, this is again part of the
I liked it
practice.
though.
Yeah.
It was just for me,
I'm just trying to think of an easier way to get back up to standing to get so you can go from the standing down. Do you know what I mean? Instead of being
Well,
like
you can
downward
also
facing
hang
dog.
in downward facing dog and let her make that decision.
Oh, that's true.
why don't we, so after one side
Right,
of 1 and
right.
2, go back to down dog.
Yeah.
So we're here, then pivot down,
Yeah. Pivot down, hands down, step
Back.
back into downward facing
and then go to
dog.
the other side, up, over,
Yeah.
then up,
Again,
down.
try not to overshadow what one person wants to do. Because in a yoga class, you do what the instructor is bringing to it.
bossy.
No.
Well, you're the head teacher. You're the head teacher. And that's what I'm saying is when you do round robin, when you do sequencing like this, if you personally have to alter something for yourself, you alter it for yourself. You don't have to actually tell that person what you're doing and why you're doing it. But if you're working with another teacher and you're round robining, you just let them articulate what they want to articulate. And then what you can also do is, if you end in the down dog, Janice can just take from that down dog. She can use a child's pose if she wants to. She can use a transition that makes sense to get you back to that mountain pose. Or if she wants to end, I mean, ideally, if she wanted to end in mountain pose instead of shavasana, she could end in mountain pose.
Yeah. I just like the challenge of like being like, you can use this, do it.
Yeah, no, it's
You
true.
know.
So if we
Try to do it.
if you end on down dog,
Mm-hmm.
right? It makes sense to me to come back to
Mountain
forward
pose
fold,
from there.
Mhm.
Yeah.
and back mountain pose.
Yeah.
And then I'm
So you
here.
let her make the transition. And again, if somebody needs, because I'm going to alter this as you
Okay.
give me the cues, because
Okay.
there's certain things that are not going to necessarily work for me either.
Okay.
So what it is when you see somebody fudging something, you can't get all discombobulated about it.
Yeah.
You go, but I can't do that.
Yeah.
If you're sharing the floor with somebody, you let them have the floor. It's a very hard dance to do because you're moving
Mm-hmm.
and then somebody else is telling you what to do.
Yeah.
So you have to still
You're
listen
trying to do your own transition,
Yeah.
but then someone wants to do something different. Oh,
Yeah.
I have a question.
Yes.
So I've noticed that, like when we get to the apex in every class I've been to, most of the classes I've been to, when you get to the apex of it, it's usually you're ending at Tadasana, and they don't have a problem with you just okay. Now it's the cool down time.
Get down on the floor.
Everybody get down on the floor. Yeah.
Yeah. Or you can just use the half salutation to bring people to the floor. You end in this place and you can just let the half salutation bring everybody to the floor, get onto your knees, roll over onto your back. That's what I'm saying is transition. How do you connect these things together? That's what the sequence is about.
Can you tell me that again? The half salutation.
The half salutation would just be you'd start in the Tadasana or in the mountain pose, and inhale up, exhale down, downward facing dog, put your knees on the floor, and now roll over onto your back.
Okay. Okay.
And you've put all those poses in already.
Right.
You know, because you've had people put their knees on the floor already.
Right.
I think they're ready.
We'll see.
Do you want to go over it? You should articulate too.
Yeah, because we haven't done your stuff.
All right, so
Yeah.
so let's say we're starting here. Let's get down dog.
Mhm.
Okay. I will bring your right foot forward into forward fold. And then slowly flat back, bring yourself all the way up, reach past your fingertips, and then bring the hands to heart center. Now, this is the half salutation, right? When you, okay, now we're going to go back. How do you do this again?
Just inhale.
Okay. Inhale up.
Yeah.
Forward fold in, back down to the ground. Now reach your right foot back into downward dog. And then bend your knees. Bring yourself to the ground. And that's what it was.
You can go through child's pose.
Yeah,
You
okay.
can use
It goes into child's pose. And then 3 deep breaths here in child's pose. Now roll over onto your back. Is that all right?
You betcha.
Okay, all right. Bring yourself onto your back. And bring your right leg up. Your toe touching you grab your, I'm so inarticulate today. Grab your toe with your right toe with your right hand, if you can. If not, please use a strap. Do whatever is comfortable for yourself. And then take that leg and let it gently fall to the ground, keeping your left hip on the ground.
Up this side.
To the right side. And take 3 deep breaths here.
Remember, you don't have to do your max.
No, better when I do that. And then bring your right leg back up. Gently bring it down to the ground. Switch sides, bringing your left leg up, grab it with your left hand. And gently let it fall to the left side, keeping that right hip on the ground. And 3 deep breaths here. And bring that left leg back up to center. Gently bring it back down to the ground. And then bend your right knee, bring it to your chest. And as it,
Pick up the bug.
okay, what I like to do is bring your forehead to your knee. And take 3 deep breaths. And bring your right leg back down to the ground. Then bring your left knee up. Bring your forward to your knee and take 3 deep breaths here. Remember to relax your shoulders. And gently bring that left leg back down to the ground. And have Shavasana.
You would say, and relax.
Okay?
I think you guys are ready.
So one thing I didn't ask you when I gave you the cards, or one thing I didn't specify is, what level is this class? What application would be appropriate for? What do you think your sequence that you did and the variations that you selected? If I called you on the phone and I said, I'm just visiting Big Bear, I want to take a class, and you were going to teach this sequence as a team, what would you tell me?
And they're brand new to yoga, is what you're
They
saying?
don't tell you anything. You have to tell them.
Level 1, beginning, basic,
Well,
some of the basics.
I think so, except for that part, like what I was doing with this. I would definitely use a strap for,
Nice. Mhm.
Warrior 2 is a little rough too, just like we call it, like the Warrior 1 and
Cool. So
2.
let's
Level
do
1
it.
to level 2.
Okay.
Intermediate.
Yes.
So we start in Baddha-Konasana. We're going to start seated. Going to lift the chest forward a little bit. Hold on to the feet if you like. Nice deep breath into the chest, into the belly. Relax the shoulders if you can. Reach your front. And deep breath. Inhale. Exhale. Next, inhale. Cross your legs in front of you and roll forward. Lay on your hands and knees. Adjust yourself on your mat so you are in a tabletop position. We have a neutral spine. We have our knees about hip width distance apart. Pressing the fingers. Nice. And on an inhale, drop the belly and raise the chest. Exhale. Exhale. Round and dome the back up to the sky. Inhale. Bring the chest forward. Drop the belly. Exhale. Round back. Inhale. Chest forward. Exhale. Round the back. Perfect timing. Oh, you didn't plan it better. Inhale to a neutral spine. And we're going to press into the left hand. We're going to reach the right arm out, bring the left leg up, and extend the spine. We're going to take nice breaths here, bringing the crown of the head forward. Do not let that look down to the side with the balance. And on your next exhale, release and change sides. So press into the right hand and the left knee. Bring up the left hand and the right knee. Okay. And extend, breathing here. Again, extend the neck and the head, looking down. And relax. On your next exhale, release. Curl the toes and push your hips up and back into a down dog. If you need to, bring the feet wider, pedal the heels up and down, allowing your hamstrings to relax a little bit. Push into both hands equally. Try not to let your head fall too far down. Try and keep your ears by the biceps. Breathe into that low back. Two more breaths.
When you're ready, go ahead and drop yourself down into a plank. If you need to, push your heels back to the back of the room. Flex those feet out so you can feel the power evenly distributed between your hands, the heel of your hands all the way through. From here, whenever you're ready, you can drop that left knee down to the ground and go ahead and step forward with that right leg between the hands and bring yourself up to mountain pose. Whenever you're ready, take an inhale, hands up to the sky, and bring your hands into prayer mudra. And inhale your arms up. And exhale whenever you're ready, that right foot back into a lunge. Pivot that foot at a 45-degree angle, your back foot. Make sure your knee isn't overextended over your ankle. And inhale your arms straight up into warrior one. On that exhale, go ahead and drop that right shoulder, lower that arm, windmill it back, point those fingertips towards the front of the room, keep your head forward. Go ahead and extend that back arm back as well, and look over the fingertips, look over your left fingertips towards whatever front of the room you're facing, north, south, east, west. Since everybody's pointing in some direction. When you're ready, go ahead and drop both hands, pivot that entire torso forward. Lift those hands up to the sky, and go ahead and drop your hands down to the floor. Step that right foot back up, and exhale into forward fold, and inhale back up. Hands into prayer mudra, back into mountain. And inhale the arms back up. This time we're going to step back with our left foot. Make sure that back foot's at a 45-degree angle. And exhale the arms down. Inhale the arms back up. Oops. Down. And twiddle your fingers. Move your nose. Burp if you have to. Shoot your arms out to the sides, I guess. And look forward again over those fingertips. Relax your shoulders. And on that next exhale, go ahead and drop your shoulders and your arms and pivot your torso forward. Inhale your arms up and go ahead and step forward with that foot. Hands into prayer mudra, back in the mountain.
Okay, let's step that right foot back into a downward dog. Take 3 deep breaths here. And really reach through those fingertips, pressing into the floor.
And then bring your knees to the ground and come into child's pose. And take 3 deep breaths here. And when you're ready, come onto your back. Bring your right toe up. And if you need a strap, please make use of your strap now. Otherwise, grab your toe with your right hand. And gently let it fall to the side, to the right side. Doing your best to keep your left hip on the ground. Take 3 deep breaths here. And bring that right leg back up. Gently lower it to the ground. And switch sides, bringing the left leg up, grabbing it with your toe or using your strap. Gently let it fall to the left side. Doing your best to keep that right hip on the ground. And take 3 deep breaths here. Lower it to the ground. And now bring your right chest and take 3 long and lower your head and your leg back down to the ground. Bring your left knee up and meet it with your forehead. Remember to keep your shoulders relaxed as you do this, and your face and your mouth. And take 3 deep breaths here. Bring your head and your leg back down to the ground. Just relax here. And extend your knees, turn over to your right side. Use the strength of your arms to come up to seated. So, what did you like about the sequence, about how you put things together? What did you not like?
Start with what you liked.
How about what you would do differently if you did it a second time? We're doing sequencing today. Everybody has to say one thing.
Say one positive thing. What was it that you liked about it?
I thought that in general the transitions were very natural. I thought.
You're okay. Coming from Baddha Konasana is tricky, but I think we were able to get pregnancy easily. When we transitioned over to Anton's, that was great. I thought these transitions were really good. Mhm.
Even his flub was great.
And
When you're a teacher, to be able to flub well is
Yes.
wonderful.
I like being able to like reuse. That's the one thing, like, you know, where it's like you can be like reinsert something you can just now kind of use as like the downward facing dog is like the universal transition tool almost, you know, and then like always being able to go to that from mountain almost at any given point, you know, is perfect. You know?
Good link. Good link in those.
I didn't have my flip.
But we all knew what we were gonna do.
Yeah, true.
I didn't.
What did you think? What was the best thing about it?
No, it was good. I wasn't sure if that was. Hi. Hello. Are you helping yoga?
Well, actually, I saw sports up there, and I'm an avid runner. And I was
Oh.
wondering if
The
this
chiropractors,
office
yeah, the
did
chiropractor,
sport stretches.
yeah, well, the chiropractor's not in today, and we're doing the yoga teachers training right now.
We do
But
do
thank
yoga
you.
here.
Take Dr. Emily's number, so if you're ever up here again, you can call him. He's here on Saturdays.
Okay.
Sometimes.
And you on Sunday? Open on Sunday? Or?
We do a yoga class at 6:30 a.m. on Sundays.
Awesome. So right here at 6:30 a.m.
6:30,
You betcha.
6:30.
I'll let
Yeah,
them know.
tomorrow. Tomorrow we hope to see you here.
She'll drag me in. Okay, thank
Tell
you
your
so much.
friends.
Thank you.
All those runners.
Thank you.
I didn't know you
No, it's
It's
keeping
our prop.
It's our prop. It's keeping the door from not locking.
Or can you just-
It's, you can just stick it in the door and close it. Thank
Got
you.
it.
It's not fancy. Did everybody say something?
Yeah.
Did you say something?
well, I said that I thought the transitions were really natural.
Yeah.
I mean, in general, I like that.
Mhm.
I don't think of anything else I would.
Is there anything different you would do?
Yeah, I know. I mean, I guess we had to start with Baddha-Konasana. I don't know if I would start with Baddha-Konasana. I mean, that was a tricky one.
Which pose would you start with then?
I like to start lying down, so I guess I would probably start with maybe chest.
You start with reclining.
Yeah.
I liked, Bobby, you had great pacing, great timing with how long we were in the pose. It was just a good amount of time for the level of the sequence. You didn't try to stay too long, you didn't try to stay too short.
It was very relaxing. Yeah,
Yeah.
very relaxing voice.
Yeah, it was a good,
And my volume up.
it was a very good sequence. Anton, be aware of where you want the arms to be,
Yeah.
you know, because you had us in prayer mudras, and then you had us put the arms up, but then it was a little bit like, what you want to get when you're as a teacher is you want to get your sort of spots of transition with the arms, and then you can vary it, but stick with that on most of the time, and then vary the arms when you're getting crazy or when you've got a sequence down. So okay, hands to prayer mudras, step a foot back for Virabhadrasana, arms up, or hands at your sides or hands at the hips, or you know what I mean, have it be a certain way so that you don't confuse yourself.
Yeah.
The other thing is if you actually just put the hands at prayer mudra and tell everybody to take 2 or 3 breaths, then you can recollect.
Yeah,
Pull yourself back.
that's a
I
good one.
totally
Yeah,
confused myself a couple of times.
yeah.
'Cause I knew where to go, but I was like, how do I say it?
Your pacing was good in the pose, and then it's just about giving more space while transitioning. Give more
Okay.
space in those transitions.
Yeah, yeah. Now, the reclining poses, when you go in, if you're going to do a to the side or even a twist, you really want to stay in this pose, in the beginning pose, for a few breaths to let the hamstring stretch. You stay there. Then if you're expanding it, you even could go right leg, left leg, back to the right leg again, and then open it up to the side. Or I would even argue to bring the knee into the chest first, relax, then the leg up, then the other one, then back to the first, open it up.
And that's a combination. It's like
Exactly.
pushing them together.
And then end again with bring the knee into the chest.
That would be the transitioning. You had probably the hardest thing to figure out because you could do so many things with those last two. There were so many options with those last two cards.
Right.
What did you just say, though? I want to remember that. So you said just bring the knee to the chest,
Here, I'll
then
do
bring
it.
it up.
I'll do it. So I'm just saying one option for that sequence would be right knee goes into the chest. Take 3 breaths, allowing the right hip to relax. Let the shoulders rest to the floor. Relax the throat. Slide the hands behind the thigh and lengthen the legs straight up to the ceiling. Take 3 breaths here, opening the hamstring. You can even circle the ankle right, circle the ankle left. Take a breath. Bend that right knee down. Switch sides. The left knee comes in. Relax the left hip. Hold on behind the thigh. Again, I'm speeding it up a little bit now, so you're taking a few breaths here. Circle the ankle right, circle left. Release the left leg down. Bend the right knee into the chest. Lengthen the leg. This time, grabbing the ball of the foot or the, calf or whatever you're doing. Take a few breaths here. So then pondering here for a moment. Instead of just going right into the opening, because you want this leg to be able to warm up to the idea of where we're headed. And then I can say, open it up or, support it. I just go like that. Or even not opening it the first time. Going, here, going back to the second side, then go back again to the first side, and then open it up. So that you're really warming up the hamstrings. And then after, then you bring the knee into the chest. And then you could do chin, forehead into the knee, and release, and take a few breaths
That's
here.
like a whole, 10 minutes.
Yeah.
I would love that way more than what I do.
Right. Well, and the only reason is that it's kind of like there's some poses, it's a good thing to talk about. There's some poses that are like you learn to crawl before you walk. And that pose, Supta Padangusthasana, is one of those poses where it's, first you learn how to just put your leg up and try to press through the ball of the foot. And then you learn how to hold on behind the thigh. And then you try to hold on behind the calf. And then, you know what I mean? So it's like you learn how to crawl first.
So even though you guys may have considered this the apex pose, those last two poses create their own apex. There are these wheels inside of wheels, tubes inside of tubes. And so what it is because you're starting out to stimulate people, and you get back to these poses that are reclining, they're leading you to Shavasana. There's a certain amount of activity, and the mind still has to work at it a little bit. And so there is another apex that happens.
Well, and we didn't take plank totally into the whole up dog.
Right.
We didn't go to Bhujangasana from that, so it wasn't as strenuous as it could have
been. Right.
But still, for a beginner to hold, if you had a beginner hold plank pose for 10 counts, 10 breaths, people would be just like baby shaking. Baby shaking.
Breath sometimes.
It's a hard pose to do, and it has impact. And if the teacher's smart, if you're going to have a group attempt to hold for that long, the other dynamic would be to keep changing their focus. So now think of your heels, and lift your belly up. Lift your belly up when you exhale. Shift energy into your fingertips. Press a little more into your thumb.
so that you're sort of taking people on this like weird little like hillside journey. The 47-mile, scenic route. Every city has one, or something like that. I just remember San Francisco had a 47-mile scenic route. Even the longest street was 7 miles long. So you take people on a scenic route when you take them on a post.
Oh, you guys don't seem to be struggling too much. Let's spice it up.
Or what it is some people, if you pull their attention away from an area that they're struggling with, they're not struggling anymore. They're actually like, I didn't even realize I wasn't in my phone.
Right.
Because when this starts to happen to people, that means their feet are actually losing their connection too, right? So when you start getting people, press into all the fingertips, claw the ground, drop one knee, and then lift it back up again, drop the other knee, lift it back up again. And then maybe lift one foot off the floor. Especially with beginners, you could really toy with beginners in a way that they'll go, when they finally drop into that child's pose or that down dog, they're going to be like,
You ready? We have one more teacher, 3 more poses. Uh-oh. So work together. So you have to teach 3 poses. And you can keep the same poses, or if you want to switch up a little bit, because you're going to switch your sequence to add these 3 poses. And if you see something, you go, let's do this pose and switch with this pose, and you can do that. So here's your 3.
Are they still starting with the same beginning pose?
Still
change it.
Start with the same beginning pose. Start with Baddha Konasana because I liked your transition, cross the legs and crawling forward. But you can switch whatever you want.
The other one I was thinking of is like this.
Oh
yeah.
That's another one. You can switch it up.
I just thought of it. I'm like, oh, we can do that.
So which 3 poses are you adding?
The Dandasana, bridge.
And
now, is everybody holding on to the same pose, or can they?
They can switch. You can switch your poses. And again, well, if you want to do yours again, you can use yours again to practice. But you can do any of the variations.
Okay.
So like if you want to, you can do reverse tabletop or you can do reverse plank. You get to pick, but you want it to be within the energy of what you're creating. So now, ready, set, go.
Did you hear what was going on online on YouTube? You couldn't hear us?
My thing cut out.
Yeah, at a certain point on the map. But you were hearing us for a teeny bit.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
I have the handouts. But work on that.
Jasmine's watching.
Yeah.
I am going to invite Jasmine.
And then, I don't know, if we can change those ones out and do just something after. Staff pose.
You can even use staff pose after that if you have to get up in, you know what I mean? Because technically staff would be chosen on the back too.
Yep, it's just another version. We're doing some cool down. Bridge works good, I think, sometimes when you're like down here.
Yeah.
You want those 3?
I got to work, yeah. This is like 10 minutes now.
It's going to be a 3-hour. Well, this is the part about teaching a class and where you go, it's like one thing and you can do the variation. I mean, just these 2 here is a 20-minute sequence, can totally be. So.
That's true.
No, I want to do that again and let it flow.
Are you going to take these 3 then?
Sure.
These 3?
I'll take the rejects.
Fine.
Whichever
No,
ones people don't
those
want.
are the ones that.
I'll think of something. Hero 2 to handstand.
Hey now.
I was trying that this morning, actually.
Oh, really?
Right. So they got theirs.
So,
Hero 2.
bust her right in, Margaret. Don't be shy.
I'll take this one.
Grab whichever ones you want.
And I can do this reverse tabletop. It doesn't have to be in that order, but it's easier if you teach you the same three. Make the same.
Yeah.
The three in
Yeah.
that order.
Yeah.
Or
So.
we could do each every other one or stuff.
Challenge round.
That was like, my head will go back. You're right. I like that. I like that.
See, that's why that one's good for you.
Who's on first?
Yeah.
One of the things that I mentioned was that the down dog is a transition pose.
And we can use it several times.
And you can use it several times. So whoever, if you introduce down dog,
You can use it if you want.
I'm just thinking this doesn't, it transitions to that.
Let's do that.
the Tibetans would make that a transition.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I've seen that. I think we've done that at Breed.
They would go to side plank pose and then you do a back bend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That dancing dog or whatever it is.
Yeah, it's a
They
dancing
bring
dog.
themselves completely all like break dancing. Break dancing dog.
That's the name of the band.
Is it really?
Yeah. Oh. Like this.
And then, and this, what's the one before this?
After this.
We go from warrior two to tabletop.
Because you could use down dog
Yeah,
before
yeah,
that, just to get into it.
Just have an extra handle.
Oh, yeah.
Whatever you want.
You do it over and over again.
So, why?
It's confusing.
Do you have an extra one?
The beginning pose is, this is where everyone agrees to start there. Even if you don't agree.
Is this
There you go.
I want to see it all.
I have to take a picture of that.
That's too cool.
You can make a tree with it too.
And then down.
Right there. Neither, because look, these are both down.
Well, why don't we put Tadasana around here? They're standing around. And people from plank to forward fold to Tadasana to everyone.
These are yours, right?
Mhm.
But now,
could be yours.
they could be yours.
I thought you said you wanted to keep it.
Oh, it's up now.
No, I'm
Whatever.
fine with those.
Okay.
So you're gonna do these three? I'll do these three, and then Anton, and then. And look, I'm all
Same
orange.
color.
I know, look at
Oh,
that.
How
wow.
do you do that?
You got 3 different colors.
Well, but we went from these, yeah.
You had to throw a heart in.
So from here, we're gonna go to, yeah, makes sense.
You want to do a quick run through?
Sure.
All right.
Oh, yeah.
That film pose.
I was like, start on the floor, huh?
Right. So at Baddha Konasana, we were grounded here. We're not gonna do the full. Are we doing the full routine, or are we just gonna do a quick run through?
Yeah, quick.
A quick run through. Okay, so then we bring our knees together, extend the legs, press the feet, and then you can have your hands to the side, pull your chest back and out. Breathe here. Bring one knee in, bring the other knee in. And, ooh, how do we get everything?
How about put your feet to the side and come onto your knees?
Yeah, come on your knees, but,
Hands and knees.
and push into your left hand and your right knee, bring up the right hand, your left leg. Hold here for 3 breaths. And then switch. Pushing the right hand, then with the left hand, extend the right leg. 3 breaths. Oh, this is, we didn't like going in plank in here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, yeah, just step your right foot back and left foot back and push up into a plank. Bring your hips up. We're not going to go for chaturanga, but raise your right leg. For 3 breaths. And drop it. Left leg. And drop to the knees. And then how do you want to get into last knee?
Whatever that last leg would be, you could just, if your left leg is up, you can just shift your weight forward.
Oh, fancy.
And then bring the other foot back up. You can also move up. Okay. And then take a right step back. And hands on your hips. Inhale your arms up. Hold 1. Exhale your hands down onto your thigh. Pivot that back right foot out. Bring your hands back to your hips. Move your torso out. Bring your arms up. And look over your left hand. Your hands back to your hips. Move your torso back forward. Arms up, down to the ground. Take a step forward, right foot forward. And same on the other side, left foot back. Hands up, onto your hips, onto your thigh. And
That's where you got stuck last time.
yeah, I don't know if it's that transition going from that. I think it's because I'm right-brained or something. I'm going to pivot that left leg back, and then, oh, that's right, pivot the leg, then the torso, then the arms up into a T. Look over the right hand. Then drop the hands down to your hips. Turn your torso forward, hands up, down to the ground. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Then you can put your toes underneath if you're going to follow that next sequence. And you can go to downward facing dog.
Wait, this is 2.
And then, yeah, then you can drop your hands and drop your knees down to the ground on the table.
Do you want the cards?
No, I could do it from here. So we're gonna do, and we're gonna bring the belly up for cat cow pose. So we'll inhale and float it up. And exhale, drop the belly. One more time. And exhale. And again. Exhale. Back to straight back. And a flat back side. And we're going to curl our toes under and come into down dog. Go ahead and lift your heels, alternating. Get deeper into your toes. Take 2 more long breaths. And then drop down to our knees, hands and knees. And sit back on the heels. Bring our feet underneath us to the front. And we're going to do a reverse tabletop. So we're going to bring your feet in a little bit and your hands. Normally the fingers go facing towards your feet. And then you're going to lift your hips up. And your belly. And deep breath. And drop back down. Release.
Okay, come all the way down, lying flat on your back. And then bring your feet to the floor behind your hips. And we're going to go into a bridge pose. You just lift up your pelvis, keeping your hands flat on the ground. And then squeeze your buttocks a little bit to get a little bit of a more of a stretch. Breathe 3 deep breaths here. And gently lower your back down to the ground. And bring your next one. Okay. Then bring both of your legs down to the ground. Then bring your knee up to your chest. And take 3 deep breaths here. And bring that leg up, straighten the leg up. And you might want to grab your thigh to give it some support there. And rotate your ankle around 3 times to the right. And then do the same thing to the left 3 times. And gently bring that leg back down. And bring your left knee up to your chest. Hug it to your chest and breathe deeply 3 breaths. And then straighten that knee and bring your leg up. Again, supporting that back of the thigh with your hands. And rotate that ankle 3 times to the right. And then bring it back 3 times to the left. And gently lower that leg back down. And bring your right knee back up to your chest. And straighten your leg. And if you have a strap and you feel you need it, you can use the strap by hooking it around your foot. Otherwise, grab your right toe with your right hand and gently drop that right leg down to your right side, keeping your left hip on the floor. Give yourself 3 nice, long, deep breaths here. And bring that leg back up and gently lower it back to the ground. And bring your left knee to your chest. Straighten that leg up. And again, if you need a strap, hook it around your foot. Otherwise, grab that left toe with your left hand and gently drop it down to the ground, keeping the right hip on the floor. And give yourself 3 nice, long, deep breaths. Here. Then bring that leg back up. And gently lower it to the ground. And relax here.
So it kind of turned into actually doing it, didn't it?
Oh God, I'm sorry, I forgot.
roll to your side and push yourself up. So take a moment, discuss how your kind of marking it went, and if there's any poses you want to now change the order or change the transition at all between, if there's anything that you want to adjust, and then we'll go through it again and you'll actually teach it. But Lisa Ann's throwing another wrench. It's like that show, isn't it? We watched those cooking shows where like you start cooking and then all of a sudden someone can buy can pay to buy all of your potatoes when you're making French fries, and then you have to figure some other way to make French fries. Has everybody seen this? It's like that.
I've never seen that one.
Lisa Ann's throwing a wrench. When you're actually teaching your 3 poses, you can't do the poses at the same time.
Okay.
So
you mean you talk them through it while not doing it?
You have to watch what people are doing and talk them through it.
yeah, that's the next wrench in the plan. So take a minute, go over it, and then you're going to be teaching it one more time going through. Lisa Ann and I will be doing it. The other people will be doing it, but when you verbalize, you're watching what other people are doing. Okay?
So then we, as soon as we're done with our sequence, we jump into,
You start practicing.
And then practicing.
what that person, next person's
Yep.
doing. Okay. Mm.
Can we go through this one? I think there was one.
Which one?
I think it was one.
Was it this?
Might have been.
Getting to that, the transition to that.
I thought that was.
I thought it was fine, just
Okay,
going
yeah.
around, but I
Okay.
thought we were doing the side plank thing. I don't know why. I think,
Oh, somebody had mentioned.
yeah.
No, I was just gonna say, if you want to make it really hard, you go from the side.
Oh,
And then
okay.
flip it over, and, yeah, but that'd be silly.
I thought it was well done.
Yeah, I thought it was
Do
fine.
not do that to 80-year-olds.
No?
Anything else?
Oh, from plank to Tadasana, how did you want to do that again?
Tadasana.
We were in plank.
Oh, just downward facing dog and then step up.
Oh, it was down there.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then slip it.
Okay, gotcha.
You guys ready then?
Need water or the bathroom or anything, and we're almost a break time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So let's go through it.
Oh, I'm not allowed to be in the first 4 poses?
Correct.
Yep.
So it's appropriate. You do water.
We are.
Yeah, and then once we go through this, then we'll take a break. Take a break, grab a bite.
Okay, we're in Baddha Konasana. We are in seated pose. We're grounding our pelvis, lifting our chest, rolling the shoulders open. Relax the neck, relax the jaw. Start your Ujjayi breath here. Inhaling, exhaling through the nose, the chest, rib cage, and the belly. Exhaling out of the belly, of your chest. And next inhale, bring your knees together. Extend out your legs and lift with the crown of your head, pressing the backs of your thighs and your calves into the floor. Deep breaths in and out through the chest, through the reaching the belly. And press lightly into your hands and your sides. Extend the back. Feel the lift out of your pelvis. On the next inhale, bring your knees back in and pivot around so you are in a tabletop position. Knees are hip width distance apart. You're pressing in through the hands, activate the fingers. On your next inhale, press into your left hand and bring your right hand out, extended forward. Bring your opposite leg up, your left leg, and extend that, reaching through the crown of the head and the leg out, upper back. Breathe here in 2 nice, long, deep breaths. On the next exhale, release your hands and your foot. Now ground into the left hand, into the right hand. And bring the left hand up and the right leg. Extend through the crown of the head. Neutralize the spine. Try not to have too much arch there. Inhaling and exhaling. On your next exhale, release. Step your right leg back and your left leg and come into a plank pose. So extend out, raise the hips, lift the shoulders, press through the back of the heels, feel that extension and lift in the quadriceps, the front of your legs. And breathe here. If you're feeling pretty strong today, you can bring that right leg up and breathe. 3 nice breaths. Or not. Release. And bring your left leg up. And strong and core. And on the next exhale, release.
Brain freeze.
Come out of the pose yourself. Come out of the pose yourself. That's why your brain is freezing.
Lock up behind you when you're done.
You're right.
Yeah, go ahead and push back into the arms into downward facing dog.
You guys hate me for lifting that leg.
And when you're ready, go ahead and take that right foot and step between your hands. Bring the left foot in between your hands into Uttanasana, forward fold. Go ahead and inhale your arms up above your head. And exhale into prayer mudra. When you're ready, go ahead and take that right foot and step back into a lunge. Bring your hands onto either the top of your thigh or your hips. When you're ready, inhale those arms straight up above you. And exhale, bring your hands back down to the top of the thigh or your hips. When you're ready, go ahead and rotate your torso out to your right. And bring your hands straight out to a T. And look over your left fingertips. Oh. pivot your right foot back as well sometime. And go ahead and drop your shoulders, put your hands on your hips, rotate your torso forward. Go ahead and inhale your arms up, and then drop your hands by your feet and take that right foot and step forward into Uttanasana. And inhale your arms up, and exhale your arms down. Go ahead and inhale that left foot back into the right foot. Left foot back, right foot forward lunge. And your hands can either come to the top of your thigh or your hips. Go ahead and drop that heel and pivot that left foot out. Oh, yes, do that. Never mind. Hands up. Yeah, I totally blew this again. Exhale, hands down to your hips. Rotate the torso out to your left. Drop that left heel. Rotate that heel out. Hands out straight to a T. And look
Take a
over to
breath,
right
take a
hand.
breath, take a breath.
Oh, I already blew it. So
Take a
no
breath.
tips for me.
Take a breath. No tips. Anton, take a breath. Take a breath.
And brain lock again. No. Trying to watch everybody and all the
That monkey wrench.
Yeah, exactly. And turn your torso forward, hands on your hips. Go ahead and drop your hands to your front by your feet. Yeah, your one foot facing forward. Yeah. Go ahead and step forward into Uttanasana and inhale your hands up. And a little bit of a shot. Or several. I don't even know where we're supposed to go from
It's me.
It's you.
Okay. Let's drop back down into a forward fold. And push your hands on the floor and bring your feet back into downward facing dog. Drop your knees and have a flat back for tabletop, please. On the next inhale, we're going to draw up the belly and curve the back for a cat cow pose. So inhale, your belly up, and exhale, bring your belly down. And do a couple more at your own pace. When you're ready, return to tabletop with a flat back. Curl your toes under and lift your hips for downward facing dog. If you feel like you need to, alternate your bending your knees. And you can also wiggle your hips to get deeper into the pose. Take 2 more deep breaths here. Drop your knees to the floor. Sit back on your heels. And bring your feet in front of you. We're going to do reverse tabletop. So if you put your knees up, bring your feet closer to you. Put your hands right behind your buttocks. Fingers normally face towards your feet, but if that doesn't work, you can turn them down. And then we're going to lift the hips and try to have a flat reverse tabletop. And we're only going to take 2 breaths here. That's a little challenging. And drop your hips.
Okay, everybody come to lying flat on your back. And we're going to do the bridge pose. The bridge pose, you need to Bend your knees, bring them up with your feet flat on the floor behind your hips. And then, as you inhale, you're going to lift up the hips. And hold there for 3 deep breaths. And then bring your hips back down to the ground. And bring your legs back down to the ground as well. Straighten those knees. Now bring your right knee to your chest. And you want to hug your knee to your chest with your hands. And take 3 nice, long, deep breaths here. And relax every part of your body that you can. Think about all the places you might be holding some tension. When you're ready, bring that leg back down to the ground. And bring the left knee up to the chest. Hug it to you with your hands. And take 3 nice, long, deep breaths here again. Relax the face. Relax the jaw. Wiggle that neck around if it helps relax. And at the end of 3 deep breaths, release that leg to the floor. Now bring that left knee back up again to your chest. This time straighten that leg up, supporting the back of your thigh with your hands. Or if you need to, use a strap by hooking the strap around your foot. And just relax here. Take 3 nice deep breaths. And when you're ready, release that leg to the ground. And switch sides, hugging your right knee to your chest for a minute. And then straighten out that leg. Use your strap if you need to, and rest here for 3 nice deep breaths. And release that leg to the ground. This time we're going to add one more thing to this. Bring your left knee to your chest again. And then straighten that leg back out. Use your strap if it makes it more comfortable. Now gently release that left leg to your left side to get a nice stretch. Take 3 deep breaths here. And remember, do your best to keep that right hip on the ground while you're doing this. Again, this is a relaxing pose, so relax your face, relax your jaw as much as you can. And when you're ready, bring that leg back up and release it down to the floor. Bring your right knee up. Straighten that leg. Use your strap. It's comfortable. And when you're ready, gently release that right leg to the right side. Get a nice stretch. Take 3 deep breaths here. And when you're ready, bring that leg back up and release it down to the ground. Take a few breaths here and just relax.
Slowly roll yourself over to one side. We'll take a pause on that side. Good. Push yourself up.
Geez, really good pacing. Better pacing when you weren't doing the poses with us.
It's way easier for me to do it that way.
The pacing was really nice.
Well, I could see what everybody was doing, and I could see where they were having problems, and, you know,
I'm
shoot.
kind of opposite. I felt like it was easier to know, what timing and go when I was in it. I don't know. It's kind of different, but yeah. But you did really good. I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, wow.
That was really good. Not a
I felt like
single
it
time
was
was I like, oh my gosh, are we coming out of this pose?
No.
I'm like, who was doing plank? Was I supposed to transition?
I'll just go home.
Oh, no, take a breath. I'm serious.
Relax.
Just relax. You have to take that breath because if your brain freezes, you need to pump a little oxygen into it. And the oxygen will loosen you.
Warrior 1 to Warrior 2, I don't know, it's a quantum physics. I'm
It's a
trying to
hard
remember, not
transition.
enough
It is.
arms and.
I don't usually do Warrior 1 to Warrior 2.
Yeah.
I do Warrior 1, down dog,
Yeah,
Warrior 2.
Yeah, that's, I used, just, or even coming back up and then stepping back into it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I've been trained to do Warrior 1 to Warrior 2.
And how do you,
I've
can
been
you
trained-
talk through it? What do you do?
Because I'm been taught to sequence a series
Mhm.
and then take it in the other direction.
Yeah.
And it does take a little bit of like mind thing. So you come up into you set up Warrior 1 and take 3 to 5 breaths in that Warrior 1. Open the arms out to your side or place the hands on your hips, and then you're going to rotate and open up the legs. And see, for me, I would hold that next pose, Warrior 2, for 3 to 5 breaths, and then go into Extended Warrior, 3 to 5 breaths.
Oh, okay.
And then you pull it all the way back up again, and then you would either stay on this side or transition with Vinyasa,
Yeah.
or you'd stay on this side and parallel the legs and go in the other
You go to
direction.
the other off.
Go in the
Okay.
other direction.
Because, so here's the thing, because you think that Warrior 1 and Warrior 2 are related because it says the name is the same, and you think 1 and 2, and both of them are a lunge where one knee is bent, one leg is straight, but they're totally different poses.
Mhm.
Everything about them is different because Warrior 1, I'm here, right? The arms are different, where I'm facing, the hips are different, and the legs are different. So, and the feet are different.
Yeah.
And my length between my Warrior 1 and when I come up, I go out further
Yeah.
and my foot is at a different angle. So it's not a clean transition.
Not
one
a
to the
transition, but the other way that you could approach that is you could start in straddle. You make everybody jump into straddle
Okay.
or stand in straddle, and then you would go to one side, and then you would go to the other side. And you would do all the pivoting from the straddle.
Okay.
Right?
And you may even have wanted, this is an interesting thing, is you may even wanted to separate the Warrior 1 with a down dog or 2,
Yeah.
and then get everybody up into straddle and do the Warrior 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is that?
Do they show this Warrior 1 as the same as what they do with Crescent with the heel raised?
Yeah, they do. There is a version with the heel up. It's
Oh, yeah.
It's the far back one on that right side. Did anybody have any like when they started out? We know what happened to Anton. What happened to Anton? What happens sometimes when we start talking is we'll take a street posture, and the street posture is not necessarily a good one, and this is the one that you chose. I didn't see when you transitioned out of it, but then all of a sudden your hands started to like float and they started to move because you were looking for that expression. And that, I think, is actually an okay thing. But when you stand still, it's probably better to just let your arms hang at your side.
Okay.
And you can let your hands help you, turn the right foot out. That's a way of actually.
as opposed to this or as opposed to this?
As opposed to this.
Yeah, because when you said it, I was like, oh, yeah. If
But
I
you
was-
were gonna-
if I was doing this, I would feel like,
Yeah.
oh,
You could do this. You could do
She's
this
a drill sergeant.
if you're walking to somebody and we haven't gotten into, hands-on stuff. But you could walk up to somebody and, take a walk around them, and then your arms would come hang down. So the hands can be on the hips, but if you're standing still, that's a really scary.
yeah.
That's like
I like
police
to-
officers.
Yes, authority.
It's like you were like, you had your hands in like prayer mudras, so you
I
were
did.
praying.
Please God, let it work. And I still want you to speak louder.
I know.
I want you to speak louder.
And I
And
would have
then-
my face down, like, I'm
Yeah.
thinking down,
Down.
I want everybody, so
Yeah.
I was kind of trying to do that, and I have to
Yeah.
speak right there.
And the only other thing that I would say is, and everybody has something that they like to use. I can't remember what my favorite thing is right now, but we all get stuck into phrases. And there was a teacher who's fairly famous, and she would always put people into poses. She'd get the whole room into a pose, and then she'd go, mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. She should be walking around the room, and she, mm-hmm. And it drove me up the wall. So you have to check in with your repetitive phrase. You're the only, Janice, you're the only one that has a repetitive phrase.
What is
Take
it?
3 deep breaths.
Okay.
Which is my repetitive phrase, so I heard it.
You may,
I say that too.
Yeah.
And so it's okay to say it, but you say it for 2 poses and then you don't say it for 3 poses.
Okay.
What you may want to play with, because that breathing cue is important, is take an inhale in and let it go.
Okay.
Watch and see if the room has gotten into a rhythm of breathing with each other, or maybe
I've
there's a
tried
few
to
people.
change it to more,
Yes.
because I figured, now we're gonna get into 5, like, they've already done 2, and I think 3, I was like, oh, I didn't
The
want
other thing I do, because I do the 3 breaths, is if I think it, then I count 3 breaths and I do 3 breaths,
Mhm.
and then I tell them to come out of it.
Okay.
So then I
Yeah.
say 3 breaths in my mind, and I go 1 and release.
Okay.
Because they don't need to hear it
Take the
every time.
breaths. And that's the same
Oh,
cue
so
for
they don't have
you.
to, okay.
The same cue for you is take these 3 breaths, and don't worry what you're looking at. Take those 3 breaths and go, how did I, try to remember, because
Yeah.
that changing sequence, because I'll put people through one side, and then I'll forget something on the other side. I think you were in class one day when I did it, and it's like, sometimes I'll just add what I missed
Okay.
when I realize that I've missed it, and then I've only done it once or twice where I've just like, I forgot it completely, and I didn't put that other particular pose in. I got through the whole sequence, but I didn't put it in. And I'll let people know it's okay to err as human.
And there's a couple of good transition poses, and Karina and Connie are really good at these. And they're transition poses you need to have in your back pocket. And if you have brain freeze, you automatically send people to that transition pose so you can re-center yourself. Tadasana is a great one, because then you put everybody in Tadasana, you say, everyone close your eyes, take a few breaths, get connected. That gives you a timeout. It's like mommy timeout, teacher timeout. It's like, okay, what was I doing? What was I doing?
4-year-old timeout.
Yeah, and I like to, honestly, when I'm frozen, I like all the students' eyes to be closed. Because then they're not looking at me as I'm like this. So I like to tell everybody to close their eyes. I like to give them that direction if I need a moment where everybody's going within, because I am too, right? So Tadasana is a good one. Karina and Connie like to use roll your shoulders back. Roll your shoulders
You
back.
could keep them in a standing pose and have them drop their arms and roll on your
And then
shoulders.
roll your shoulders forward. And that's buying you a few moments to go, what am I doing next, right? So those are 2 good ones to do. Down dog, of course, is another child's pose, if we were in those things. But use those as your ticket to buying yourself some more time.
And I want to give everybody kudos because nobody picked up a card to actually just use the card.
Yeah.
I want to give everybody kudos
Totally.
for coming
Good
from
job.
inside yourself to actually do it. Because you had the option to pick the card up.
Well, I specifically picked one.
We didn't say anything about not doing that.
And I figured I could talk through.
Yeah.
When I was looking at, I never would have picked the word. Oh, I'm so glad you said that one because I am not picking those two for sure. I was like,
That's a tough.
yeah,
That is a really tough transitional thing, and there are other ways of tracking it. And I have done it in the Monday, Wednesday classes.
Okay.
I have done it. You just may not have noticed it. And so what I'll do is I'll make sure that I go through it this Monday for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, practice it some. But yeah, I do a down dog or step the feet together, and it's two completely separate poses. We think it's warrior 1, warrior 2, and even warrior 3, but they're not necessarily linked.
And there, if you've actually got people going through a flow, and you've gotten them into down dog, you can always just go, do another cobra. Go to plank, go through another cobra or 2. Breathe in, breathe out. That's another way of actually sort of approaching how to give yourself a little bit of time to go, where should we go next? Yeah.
I'll tell people for sure, I'll say go through vinyasa flow. Because if I have students, then they know what that is, and then that'll buy me some time. And I'm not necessarily doing it with them because I need to take a moment and go, okay.
Or you may, what will also inevitably happen is it's not that you need a moment even, is that you see something that you need to address in the room.
You need that moment to process what you're seeing.
Yeah, what you're seeing, and also you may want to go over and make sure, I had like those 15 people in the room, and I talked to every single person, but there was this one woman wearing black sunglasses, an older lady, and I started the class, and then I realized I never even talked to her. The black sunglasses kept like throwing me off. So I walked over to her once I had everybody in a down dog, and I go, I didn't talk to you, your black sunglasses threw me off. I go, is there anything that you have? She goes, well, last year I broke my back went out. I go, have you been doing anything? Massage. And I just got that little bit of information and pulled that in. And then I would check in with the 2 people that had the most injuries.
So let's take a break.
Quick break.
Get a nosh, go to the bathroom, check your...
It got so warm so fast.
Yeah. Good job with the sequencing, because that's really, yes, we're focusing on how we're teaching the poses, but the point of the class is the sequencing, and you guys did a really good job with exploring that and trying some different things, and that's the point. So good job.
Learned a lot.
Yeah, good. Thank you.
Yeah.
I like that. I learned a lot. That's positive. Just wait till the second half.
Woo! Second half of today or second half of the teaching?
Second half of today.
So I shouldn't eat very much. I haven't had lunch.
No, you can have something to eat.
In person, and if you need something on it, just let me know. It shouldn't be too sour. I try not to make it too sour. How are you doing? I'm doing good. It was so funny because all the teenage girls in there, everybody standing around. It was so funny this morning. And I didn't get here until like 5 p.m.
Well, I was leaving and kept remembering things. I still forgot stuff. I forgot the flyers I was going to bring to you.
Oh, well, I can come over or bring them.
they're all like dressed up in suits and high heels and things. And I was used to watching.
Is there some kind of an event going on this
A
weekend?
triathlon.
Oh, okay.
It was so hard to get to Wagoneer this morning.
Really? And tomorrow night, the Palm Springs International Film Festival has a special showing of their shorts here at the wine room in Big Bear with free wine and cheese. I'm so there.
Wow.
In best of the international shorts. Like free movies,
That's great.
wine and cheese. I mean, what more could an individual put?
So they're giving the wine away.
That's what it said. It said free wine and cheese.
Wow. All right, I'll see you later.
Bye, Carol.
Bye. So
So-
Connie is teaching on the 5th, right?
Yes, yeah. No, she said she could do the 19th, which was the day I thought I was going to have to ask you to teach.
The 19th will work because I don't have any.
I know, but she said she could do it.
Okay.
So I just
Are you
wanted to
recording
say,
meeting?
do what?
Very little, very little. I turned it away from everybody. Because since when her babysitter called her, it was like at the last minute and said, I can't babysit for you. That's not fair. Hey, Jasmine.
I just wanted to start this afternoon session with just a little conversation about sequencing. And now that you've been able to experience kind of the process and what to think about, and we've talked a little bit about the logistics, and you have the handouts, so you can read those a little bit more about the logistics, what we look at when we're sequencing the poses. And if you've taken classes, you kind of also know that you don't do wheel the first pose, nor do you do it the last pose, right? So we have some of those common sense things about us. So I wanted to start with the conversation a little bit about sequencing, and I also wanted to suggest some methods or some ideas for you as you're starting to teach yoga asanas, how to kind of start. So starting off, it's a great idea to write down your sequence, to write it out, and it's one of your homework assignments, is to write out a beginning and intermediate sequence, and then actually practice teaching it and practice teaching those transitions. So as a new teacher, that's a great way to start getting some sequences down. Now, I can tell you, I was cleaning out some papers since I moved recently, and I found some notebooks, and I was opening them, and I had all my sequences. I had a lot of them written out. I still have the first class I ever taught, the sequence written out, which, by the way, I had enough poses to fill about a 4-hour class. I was very ambitious with that sequence, but to actually write them out. Now, some of the people in the last teacher training found it very helpful also to have a visual, like a little stick figure or something like that. Now, some people found that all they needed to do was write the pose name, and they knew how to talk in and out of the pose or what to say in the pose. Other people needed to actually write out the script of what they needed to say and practice that script. So I suggest that if you're uncomfortable about sequencing, you're new to sequencing, that you actually write it out and practice it so that you see what are the transitions, and then like what we were reading, where you see how it makes you feel when you do that sequence, right? This sequence here, after we were done, I was like, oh, that was beautiful. I felt really good. My body felt good. I was happy that I had done that sequence. So that's a good result. You know, is that somebody afterwards goes, oh, that was nice. Now, so we talked about actually writing out a script. Okay, the next thing is, as a teacher, I have go-to sequences. And they're my go-to sequences that I've developed after teaching that I really like, those sequences. And so if I get stuck or I need a place to start, then I always have those to go to, okay? My go-to sequences, some of them are child's pose, cat, cow, down dog, child's pose. That's it. Those poses I like to teach, and I can expand from there. Standing, I like I do Tadasana, arms up, exhale, step your feet apart, bend the knees, hands to the thighs, cat, cow, standing. Press into the thighs, roll yourself up, extend the arms up, bring the hands to prayer mudras or by your sides. That's like a standing thing that I like to do. I like to do Tadasana, step back, warrior one, step together, Tadasana. Step back, warrior one, step together, Tadasana. So you get a couple of, I also like to do, I do seated and standing. I like to do standing more so than seated. So this is the standing sequence that I like, and it's like just the start of a chain of beads. And I like to have a start that I can use if my mind is stuck, where I can always go back to it. So I like inhale the arms up, step the feet together, exhale, bend the knees, hands to the thighs, cat, cow. Roll yourself up. I do it longer, of course. Step the feet together, roll the shoulders back. Interlace the fingers in front of your face. Press your hands out in front of you. Reach up to the ceiling, tuck the rib cage in, roll the shoulders back and down, reach the pinkies back towards the back of the room. Bend the elbows, hands behind the head, open the heart, squeeze the shoulder blades together. Make a T with your arms, press the hands away, roll the shoulders back and down, and then I can either just go into a side stretch here for easier with support on the hip or even supporting the head, or I can go up into a crescent moon, or I can go into a modified tree. Hands come back behind you, grab the fingertips, roll the shoulders back, open the heart, come back through Tadasana. So you see what I'm saying? I have like that, and then I can sequence off of that. That's like my starting point. So
that's like the centering. It would almost be like centering.
Almost. No, it's not, because my centering is my script, and I call it a script because they're more scripts than they are centering. Because like I use a script many times for my centering. You'll hear me say the same thing in many different classes. I vary it to keep people interested, but I don't like all of a sudden go off the reservation. You know what I mean? Like I keep it. I usually do, letting go of the day, hands to the thighs, close the eyes, relax the jaw, take a few breaths, and then I like to bring the hands to the heart. Remind yourself this is your yoga practice, shared in community. Inhale the arms up, hands to mudras. But you want to have some sequences and some scripts that you can go back to. So when you are stuck or when you are teaching a class, you have some place to start.
I'm improv, but I do have particular places that I start. I'll either start with people's feet or I'll start with people's hands. But I also check in with almost everybody, and if there's something that stands out to me, like if somebody says I have a pain in my foot, I'm going to go straight to people's feet.
I'm going to inject. That's an advanced teacher who you can throw anything at this moment. Anything. You can be like, well,
but you have all that great stuff with the fingers,
I know,
and stuff.
but you could come into her class and say, I was run over by a car yesterday, and she'd be like, I have the perfect time for you. So don't expect that you're able to immediately, your first class out, ask someone, how are you feeling today, and then go with it. That you have to develop a little confidence.
I'm going to tell this, as soon as you started talking about the scripts, my ex-husband, he's a stand-up, and they were a duo, and they still work together, even though she's a professor of communications at a college now. But one day she walked into the green room, and she goes, I can't remember what I'm supposed to do. And he goes, you always go out into the audience and you ask, can I have a cigarette because I left mine in the machine. And that was her script. Yeah. She just couldn't remember it. Mm-hmm. And so that's that thing it's like, and Ruby would just whine. She just would whine and just keep going from there. And then she'd come back and she goes, I have no idea what I did. And so when you get to that point where you have no idea what you did, but you have that one place that you start from, mm-hmm. there's an essence thing going on there. And that allows you to ground so you're not going to get jinked up, too often.
And then what I just did with the inhale, the arms up, exhale, step the feet apart, hands to the thighs, that's what I consider my yoga practice hook. If I don't want to do yoga, I do not want to do it, but if I start with that movement, I can't stop. I can't stop because I start with the cat cow and then I want to drop the other shoulder and then I want to drop the other shoulder and then I want to go up and then I want to go to the side stretch. It hooks me. That's my hook. And I started doing that when I would hike and snowshoe in the snow because I could do it without being totally bundled up like a woolly mammoth, like all bundled up, and I wouldn't have to put my hands on the ground because it was snow. There was snow on the ground. So that I started doing that, and that I realized that was my hook. If you get me on a mat and I do those first two poses, I keep going. And so then I turned it into that's what I then go back to if I'm stuck or if I need a piece in my
Child's pose and down dog work for me.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the two that kind of work for me. And sometimes just shifting from foot to foot. Because once I start shifting from foot to foot, then the boat starts to rock. And I'm good. I'm good.
So we need to talk a little bit about themes of classes, because that's the other part of this, is a theme. And then also, Lisa Ann, I want you to talk a little bit about how you pick what pose you do next. Which do you want to talk about first, themes, or do you want to talk about how you pick a class? You were saying you ask people, but then once you're in it, how you go through it, which is an advanced teacher's perspective, right?
Well, what's interesting about teaching a class where you'll see people maybe twice a year up at Lagunitas, that keeps me on my toes. There's something about that I just like, because it keeps yoga really fresh for me. I don't have to work and feel like it's drudgery, because all of a sudden I'm engaged with these bodies that I've never seen before, so I can get engrossed in what I'm seeing and see if I can help people make really tiny adjustments to help them. And I'm guessing that doesn't have necessarily to do with themes, but it has more to do with what's the second topic again?
How you pick the next pose. So when you're teaching, if you're teaching.
Yeah. So if I know everybody can sit on the floor and be okay with that, knees-wise, I'll sit on the floor, and that inevitably will lead to cat's breath. But I have you guys did it today in the last rounds. You got to the cat's breath after these warrior poses, which I rarely do that. I don't go to cat's breath after warrior poses. But if I get people up on their feet, inevitably, if they're beginners or people that I've never worked with before, I want to see if all the joints can touch the ground and if everything can go. So then after I've done something like started standing, I'll bring everybody down to the ground. I'll have them do a few rounds of the half salutations. Half salutations is without down dog. You just go through the inhale, exhale, fold down, maybe the extended back, and back down, so the half salutation. And then at the end of that, I would take them to down dog and see if anybody can hold it. Or if anybody is doing something that's like that, and can I correct it? Can I alter it for them so that they've got a little bit more lift? And then that inevitably will take me down to cat's breath. And then I have a whole bunch of choices in cat's breath, what I can do. I can drop them into child's pose for a moment so they can just see if they feel different. Because that's the other thing, is I want to give people a chance to notice what's different if they're focusing. Because that's the other thing, is if they're not focusing, then that means you're going to have to take the whole room and make them all very, very active, because it's very hard. One girl was in the back of the room, and she was like, she's in child's pose, she was doing this, and she's the one that's had a lot of yoga at her high school. And I was just like, obviously, but she was the only one doing that. Everybody else was just like, one woman stood up and she was just like,
that was really hard.
And it was just making that transition from down dog down to the ground, and then holding plank for a moment to lay them down on their stomachs. It was like, that took a lot, you know? So, because that's the other thing, when you work with beginners, how do you pick the next pose? Some people make a lot of sound, grunting, but then every once in a while you'll have somebody that like says something. And that's always really interesting, is when somebody articulates. Not that they're a talker, but they just articulate what they're experiencing, because the rest of the room.
It's hard, you mean?
Yeah, it's hard. Yeah, that's hard.
Or, oh, that feels good.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. It's funny. People will actually. It was funny to hear. Oh, that was hard. That was a workout, and because you don't expect stuff like that, so that can take your breath away and take you off focus.
Mm-hmm.
And so what would my next thing be? I go, everybody go to child's pose. Take a child's pose and just let it go for a moment. And so that's how I chose that today. I'm using today as an example because it's freshest in my head. And then I got them back up on their feet again, and we did Warrior One. And I just made them do this in Warrior One. Because all I wanted to do after Warrior One is I wanted to get them into cobras and bows, because I'm hung up on aging like this. I'm totally hung up on that right now. Ever since Renee put it into that verbiage, I'm obsessed with that right now. So I don't want anybody slouching. When I got everybody out of the cobras, I was like, okay, now sit down, and you're going to use your arms to hold yourself up. This is still a forward fold. And I went through the whole thing about, wouldn't you rather age this way? You know, and the older people, because they were actually the anchors of the room. They were like, she's so right. They actually contributed to it, and so those things led me into the cobra, that led me into the seated pose, so that everybody could experience, you know, what it's like to be upright. And then I kept explaining, I go, those crunches don't help you do this. They just make these muscles stronger and these muscles weaker. So I kind of go off on those little tangents, because I only have them for maybe 2 hours, 2 days, maybe, every 6 months, or only once a year. And these are people that may not even go to a regular yoga class. Mm-hmm. So there's that dynamic of like, that's my milieu. But when I'm here, I do focus. When I do my Monday, Wednesday class, I again check in. You know, what was it on Wednesday? Dee Dee was like, can we just rest? I go, well, at some point. And I did put them into the longest shavasana I've done on Wednesday so far. You know, it was almost a 15-minute shavasana. So that was one of the longest shavasanas I did. So my goal was to like make sure everything was like gooeyed up, and then get everybody into shavasana so they could just finally just let go. Because when you do ask that question, you know, what's up for you? And if there's one voice in the room that says something, I tend to go with that one voice. Because if nobody else has any other pressing engagements to do, they'll follow anything you give them.
So what I hear Lisa Ann saying
is listening.
What I hear Lisa Ann saying is that she watches and pays attention to what the students are doing to give her the feedback about where she goes next. That is, again, that's something that it takes a while to develop. And as Anton, as you experienced when you started watching everybody, you were like, oh my gosh, there's a lot going on, you know? So the first step to that is just starting to pay attention. And when you see people struggling, this is the first step in my mind, when you see people struggling in a yoga pose, the next pose you give them, you either make it easier because they were struggling, or you make it harder because it was a piece of cake. Right? Or you keep it the same. That's the first step in what Lisa Ann's saying. It's not necessarily to all of a sudden do a special class on their foot or whatever, but it's to look at people, and it was like when we were in plank, And I started giggling because I thought it was so funny because you weren't having to hold it. You were just telling
I
us
had to
what
hold
do.
it. I had to hold it 15 each leg yesterday for 4 sequences. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna pass it forward. Bring it forward.
You can't take your misery out on
Oh.
the
It was a little hard.
That's like crossing over one of those unspoken boundaries.
Sorry. Well, I said drop your knees. That was my bad.
I took shadow yoga from Shandor Ramit.
Shadow yoga.
Well, go on Google shadow yoga and Shandor Ramit. And it's a beautiful form of yoga, and it's very acrobatic. And he was teaching it at the LA yoga conference that happened in Hollywood, North Hollywood. And of course, they've never come back to North Hollywood or Los Angeles for that matter. But we were in one of the ballrooms, one of the conference rooms in a hotel, and everybody had their mat. And he comes into the room and he goes, "Get rid of your mats. I had to do this on concrete." And I was just like, what a chip. What a chip on his shoulder. Just because he had to learn it on concrete, get rid of your mat. What he should have, which was more logical, is because there's so much twisting and turning on your feet, the mat gets in your way and you get tangled in it.
Right. So,
And so he didn't need to be punitive about it.
Right.
So he just But I mean, that's that funny thing is if you've had a bad day, when you ask the students to drop it at the door, you gotta figure out how to drop it at the door. I'm just digressing just for a teeny moment there.
But so does that make
Sequencing.
sense though? Sequencing, that if you look at your students, and no matter how brilliant what your lesson plan is or what you think your sequence that you set out is, if you look at everybody and you're having them do plank and everybody's arms are like this, then you did it once. Now you're not going to do it 12 more times in your sequence. You're going to take it down a level. And if everybody's in it, and like I have one student who comes and goes, I look over at him and he does push-ups while everybody else is doing plank, right? He's like, plank is not hard enough. Like, I want to be like doing more. So then I give more, right? So,
That's why it was so much easier for me when I could watch everybody, because, like, you know, there's a big issue for me because for years and years I've just done my own home practice. And so I'm not that tuned in on how other people are doing things. So to be able to see when, like, the strap was making it so much better for everybody, you know, it's huge for me, you know. So,
yeah.
Talking to her about that
I
on the
think
way to
you're
the
one of those
coffee
people
shop.
that sees energy, and so if you start seeing energy, it becomes personal. What's my energy like? Because I know when I start seeing people's energy, I'm like, okay, how can I give feedback?
Yes.
Because feedback, how can I give feedback that's not punitive, and how can I help these people come into the next thing?
She's getting excited. Go,
Really getting
go,
excited
girl,
to
go,
get-
girl.
I have a
Preach it,
feeling
preach
you
it.
do see
yeah,
energy.
no, there's just an empathy that you could just feel what other people were feeling, which I wasn't able to do when I was doing it myself. You know?
Did everybody watch the Patabi Joyce video I sent you? Bobby sent me a note about it. You didn't watch the Patabi Joyce thing? I sent Patabi Joyce to everybody. It might have been in the lower half of the email, but he's standing on people. And and I wrote back to Bobby, I go, you know, I know how to separate from my own body, but when I watch other people's bodies and somebody's torturing them, I'm like, oh, that's so cruel. So yeah, I'll try and resend that one again because I think I had to squash it into another place. So it's in that email that I sent with all those other videos.
Okay.
But Bobby's standing on people and also forcing them to rock with their hands linked underneath their legs in lotus with their fat fingers. And he rocks this one woman all around in 360.
Now, one of the ways that you can watch, so you obviously can watch physically, the arms are shaking,
Yeah.
the grimace on the face. You can also watch the breath.
Yeah.
So if you go behind somebody and they're like this, you can listen, because if they go like that, it means they're really trying hard, you know. You can ask for people's feedback, but it's hard because then you have to be okay with them giving you feedback. If you're not in a place where you can hear it, like if you've had like a really bad day and you've got your sequence and you've got to do your sequence and you had to do everything possible just to make yourself show up. Don't put yourself in the position of in the middle of class asking somebody, how is this going for you? How is it going? Because you don't have an option of how to finish. You can't take that feedback and make an adjustment. You're doing the best you can to just show up. But if you're in a place where you can ask somebody and you can say, you know, after a couple poses, how is that feeling for you? How are you doing with that? Is your low back okay in this pose? If you can get to that place where you can take the feedback, and if they say, oh, it feels great, then you know. And if they say, oh, it really isn't feeling so great, you can then shift gears and go to something else. But don't ask for feedback unless you're okay with getting it. You know, at this point, as a beginning teacher, you know, be a little bit, you have to be protective of your heart.
Oh, yeah.
Because they could be like, this is really hard. Or that one lady who, what did she say to you or something? I forget what she said.
About just sitting on the ground.
Well, there was some lady who was like, you were gonna talk with her, and she's like, leave me alone, don't criticize me.
She came in. I go sit in a comfortable seated position, and she did exactly this. And I go, maybe I can give you a prop, or I can give you. Don't just pick on me. Okay, I won't, and I'm going to let that drop really quickly. Yeah. And it's so funny how yoga will teach you, as a teacher, how to drop things quickly because you asked for it, you know, and how to be clear in what you're asking for. You know, if it's uncomfortable to sit cross-legged, grab some. Yeah, exactly.
And then, you know, look around. If it seems like you're having trouble, then give like an option.
Yeah. Or if it's a big class, when you're first starting and you've decided to sit on the floor, because sometimes I think like evening classes denote it, especially if it's after 7:30 and you end up teaching a late class. Because you don't really want to hype people up too much. You want to pick them up off the floor and then put them back on the floor as quick as possible. And that dynamic can be, you know, you might as well just start right out. Just have a block and a blanket close by so you can sit on it for comfort.
Yeah.
You know, and hopefully there's enough of them to go around.
Right. So one thing I wanted to point out from the Yoga Toolbox cards is they have these great arrows that, I don't know, are they meant to be which way the energy is flowing?
Yeah, Lamana and Brahmana.
Okay.
And if it's, what it is Baddha Konasana is actually, you're focusing mostly in that third chakra because you're erecting the back up. So the energy should be flowing in all of these directions. And so, again, that energetic principle of, like, my favorite one was the girl today whose foot went like this. One foot went like that, or it was like that, I think. And I, like, try and get that foot up and energize that foot. Because those are the little pieces. That's in between when you take a breath. And if you're looking at the room and somebody's legs are doing this or one's doing that, parallel those legs, whether they're sitting, standing, or whatever. What are you doing on your feet? Take a breath. How is it that you're connected to the ground? You know, let those legs move that energy. Because again, we're talking about you're trying to get people into their breath so that they move their prana. And you want them to move the prana to the furthest reaches. And I think on the video I explained that there's this squeezing of the muscles, and my hands are still pretty relaxed, but I'm still squeezing all of these muscles around the bones. Same thing in the legs. I'm squeezing all of these muscles. I'm sitting on tightened buttocks. And there's a good reason to do it. You're squeezing and wringing out that tissue to get the toxins out of the muscle tissue, and to also, when you release it and you change poses or you go to the next place,
the oxygenated blood flows into that tissue. And that's something that, you don't have to make that up. You can use those words verbatim. You are now directing fresh blood, oxygenated blood, into your muscular tissue. So the same thing with these arrows. Notice where these arrows are going, because if you're going to practice with this book, you want to think about the energetic principle of which way the energy is going and where it's coming from. Ideally, in Baddha Konasana, it's coming from that solar plexus below the heart area. And it goes in all, what do they have here? They've got 6 directions, 8 directions there. They've got 8 directions that it's going in. 8 limbs that it's trying to get to.
But it's also with sequencing, another way to think of it is the energy, which way is the energy going? Is the energy going up to the crown of the head? Is it going down to the earth? Is it a grounding pose?
Is it a heating pose or a cooling pose? And those are described on here.
That's some different ways to think about sequencing, is you're not going to pick a pose where the energy is going to the crown of the head, going up strongly, and then the next pose where you want the energy going down. You want to be, that's another way of sequencing or being aware of how to put one pose next to the next. Now themes. So you can have a theme of a yoga class. Now your theme might just be intro to yoga, beginning yoga, teaching the yoga basics. It could be a restorative class or it could be an active class, but you can also have themes within those. For example, yoga for back pain, yoga for headaches. You could have a heart opening class. You could have a hip opening class. So like a special focus within that particular class. One great way Lisa Ann suggested using the yoga toolbox is that you can pick a pose from the toolbox and then build your class around that particular pose, and that's sort of build your pose.
The direction in the toolbox is about that, how to use the toolbox, because it does have all of those directions in there.
You could also base it on a chakra, right? Like, a heart opening, a throat opening practice, lower the root chakra practice. You could also do a theme like that.
And it's interesting because if you want to do something that's throat opening, you've still got to work on these root chakras. So you work those root chakras before you start taking people into any kind of back bends or anything that constricts the throat. Because again, how do you wring this area out? Because most people have a great deal of tension up here. So if you're going to do a theme, think about loosening up and opening up as you get up to that area.
You can also do, again, just so there's as many themes as you can imagine. Yoga for spring, summer solstice, winter, restorative, recuperation. I mean, any theme that you can imagine, you can then take that and then find your poses that you want to build around that support that theme, and find your sequence from that. Yes, sir.
Somebody just did a Dungeons and Dragons themed yoga class in the East Coast.
Really? What did they do?
They like the classes in the game, like they did with Ranger, they did Archer. For Warrior, they did Warrior. Like Priest, they did Prayer Mudra. And I was like, that's clever. And they had people cosplay to show up like.
No way!
I have a friend.
That's neat.
I have a friend, and she started doing the 12 Days of Christmas, so you had to sing,
cool.
and then you had to go through all of the 12 Days of Christmas over, 72 times? What is it? Because you went through each pose, so, 5 golden eggs, and, whatever the pose was, you went back through it again. So it was a very, very energizing practice for the shopping and the depleted.
Yeah.
Wow.
So the 12 days. So think about what kind of poses, because you could do themes like that also.
That,
Take a theme
I've never
song.
heard of that. That's pretty crazy. That's a crazy theme. Those moves are pretty crazy.
Yeah.
trying to do a mala, all sensory.
Mahler,
Mala.
Amala. Oh, the 108. Yes.
Sensory.
That is a seasonal change one that they do, 108 salutations.
Yeah.
That's really hard to do.
Yeah.
It's not for everybody.
I would-
And then I think if you're going to choose to do it, you want to know your modifications. But what was it? There was a foot race that happened in New York City. Siri Chimoy, he was an Arubino. He was a yoga master, and all of his people, they'd have to run 3,000 miles, and they did it around a New York City block. And they would do it during the day, and then they go to bed at night, and then they'd start up again.
Oh, wow.
And it was interesting to listen to the people talk about, what they were focusing on, because it was about that, the will of the mind over the body, and
Letting yourself
that's an interesting thing, because is the will of the mind over the body violence against self? Not necessarily. Not necessarily. It becomes something else. It becomes a meditation in and of itself, because seated meditation is torture for me. Right? I keep losing my shoes.
So we want to go to we're going to study a couple of poses that are a little bit of gentle, easier poses, and give us some time for our food to further digest. And then we're going to go back to sequencing and go to another sequencing game.
Game. That's what you call it, a game?
Yes, we call it a game.
Do we have winners in
It's or you can call it a
Cooperative
sequencing.
game.
You can call it a
Cooperative
cooperative game, or a
Right.
sequencing exercise if you want to go. In
I don't-
collaboration.
I don't think it's so much wrong to have kids play games and remember. I mean, that's part.
I don't think
There's
so
these
either.
things called cooperative games for parents who, I don't know.
They don't
Don't
want the kids to have
They
to
don't want the
lose.
kids to lose, so we all work together, and I think that's okay sometimes,
No, I
but.
think the problem is people taking losing too seriously.
Ah, yeah.
Everyone should just be good with losing.
Just have fun.
The more you
Yeah.
lose, the more you learn.
So, but at this point, any questions about sequencing? Any immediate questions? This is related to your homework assignment, where you have to come up with sequences, and you can write them.
I do have a question.
Yeah.
It's somewhat related.
Okay.
Margaret and I were having a discussion before about, like, the balance between actually doing the poses and watching.
Yes.
people.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, is there, like, any kind of formula about percentage-wise, how much or does it matter, or?
It doesn't matter. You need to find your own personal place. Know that as an advanced teacher, if you're teaching large groups of people, you cannot do the pose. When, you can't project your voice enough when you're doing the poses. So, but in your standard environment, your standard classroom setting, you can do what is comfortable with you. But you have to at least peek. You have to at least look and see. When I teach my advanced class, my Tuesday night class, it's weird because my Tuesday night class, I don't need to do the class with them. I can give them the verbal clues, and they know the poses. They know what downward facing dog is. They know what Tadasana is. They know even what the more advanced poses are. So I don't even have to go, okay, crow, and everybody knows where we're headed, what's going on, to the point where I wouldn't have to do any of it. I could sit at the front of class and just talk people through it. I do the sequences in that class 75% of the time because I enjoy doing it, because it doesn't matter to them if I'm doing it or if I'm practicing it with them, because they're doing it themselves. But I don't do it 100% because I need to also kind of keep an eye on them, and it's not my practice and I don't want to wear myself out. I need to be present for them, but I go through the poses and I do it because it's fun. And it should be fun for me too, right? And because it's fun to do some of the poses, and once in a while we'll try a new pose that none of us have done, that I found on Instagram, and we'll be like, hey, let's try it all together. You know, we fall down all together. It's fun. When I teach my beginning class, it's harder for me not to do the poses because they're all watching me. But they're the ones I need to be watching even more. So it's harder in that capacity, I think, because I'd like it to be where, you know, I'd be like 50% of the time I'm demonstrating and 50% I'm watching. But it doesn't end up being like that because in the beginning class, they want to follow me.
Yeah.
That's the benefit. That's why we started, one of the reasons why we started offering assistant teaching positions. Because what I can do then is I can say, Karina's going to be demonstrating the poses, and then they watch her. And I can get up and watch what other people are doing. So that's one of the benefits of having an assistant, is that they can demonstrate and I can
see what's
going on. Because it's like, it's so funny when I'm doing a pose, everybody's there, and then I say, hold the pose, keep breathing, and then I step to look around my shoulder, and everybody puts the arms down and knows what I'm doing. You know. So, but there's no steadfast rule about how much you should be watching them versus doing the practice. I think just know it's not your practice.
That's why I keep recommending, and you can bring it into class here. Neither of us are looking for a perfection in the pose. So for you to take a pose and imagine you're actually teaching the pose, it's so highly recommended that you don't do the full out variation, especially with beginners. You know, why give the full out pose to the beginners? The only time I ever start to say is, if this front knee starts to bend over your heel, this pose is going to get wider. I'm just using the standing pose as an example. These legs are going to get wider, and with beginners, you're doing those standing poses because it's going to build their strength and build their, you know, ability to continue to practice. That's why those poses are so important.
Now, one other thing about sequencing that we haven't really addressed is, so if you know that you want to do a particular pose in your sequence, let's say you want to do Cobra, okay? This is going to be, I don't want to say your climax, but this is going to be one of the crown poses that you're working up to. If you've picked a pose you're working up to, then you want to be doing poses that warm up the body and prepare it for that pose. So this ties into the danger zone poses that we were talking about before, where you're not doing wheel without having warmed up the body and started with some baby back bends to work on the flexibility, you know, check people, make sure they're going to be able to do it okay. They even have it, because if this is their Cobra, you're not going to get them to wheel, you know what I mean?
The other thing is, if this is their Cobra, right? I'm no longer balanced over my legs. I'm only in my low back. So there is no place to go in Warrior if you've already thrown your hips back. So to get people to just be in between their legs, so down, this is where the Cobra comes from. It comes from up in here. So even Warrior Ones can prep people, but stabilizing their lower half of their body so that the tush doesn't swing back first. I can't go anywhere from here. There's nowhere to go. So that's another thing to keep in mind when you're doing that sequencing, is when you do get that chance to look at what people do in the simplified versions.
And so my sort of rudimentary way of putting it is that if you want to do a pose that's more advanced, you have to make sure you're warming up to that pose, or you're preparing for offering that pose. And if you're not clear on how to do it, the easiest way is to Google, and to Google with that pose's name sequence, and then you know, whatever that pose is, and see what other teachers are suggesting. There are some things also in the yoga toolbox that help along the way, especially to me, the arrows and the chakras, because it shows you, okay, this is where the energy of the pose is centered, so you can start being aware, okay, well, I want to make sure that area is warm, that that's supple, that that's ready to be moving in that direction. The other counterpoint to it is not overdoing it. For example, if I want to build up to handstand, I'm not going to go through 60 plank poses that are going to exhaust the arms and wear out the wrists. So you have to be conscientious of that you know, you don't want to overdo that one area where it's just fatigue. So, for example, I might go through one, you know, round of sun salutations and then come up to the legs and work on standing poses and then do something else where the arms are back in. But I'm not going to do arms. So, since we've all had something to eat, we're going to go into this.
And the reclining version of it?
You want to do the reclining version?
We can do them both.
Okay. So, Ardha Chandrasana, they call this one Ardha Chandrasana. What do they call?
Half moon pose?
Yeah.
I believe they call it standing Ardha Chandrasana, or side angle Prasarita Ardha Chandrasana. I'm almost positive. It should be in there. And it would be a balancing pose.
Which color is those?
That would be blue, I think. Blue or
No, blue is, I think it's purple.
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 Balancing half
There we
moon,
go.
that's what they call it. But it is Ardha Chandrasana, and did they name it the same?
It's the same way.
Balancing half moon.
So page 60 and 77.
But there is a reclining.
Yeah, I saw that one
This
too.
one. And this one's actually always really funny. Actually, when you find at least the page 60, come and stand around me for a second, because I just want to show you what happens when you direct people into this reclining version of this. So I'm setting this pose up, and I'm going to move one leg to the side, and for me that's about plenty. What happens is one foot will inevitably do something like that. So you want to try and get people to reach through the foot. And my hips, my buttocks, and my shoulders are on the ground. And I can extend my arms, or I can just let the fingertips touch. I'm really trying to move more energy through my lower half of my body, because it's really hard to collapse through here in the reclining version of it. Now, I don't know if I'll do this. When I come back, am I center?
No.
Yeah. This is that funny thing in this pose, is you don't even know that you're not centered. It probably, as longer I was here, that feels more like center now. Okay? And so then you would go to the other side. And I would always have people do the legs first and arms up. And again, the goal is not to let things torque, or because this is the natural thing that happens, is the inner feet want to come together. So you have to get people to direct that energy out through the insides of the legs. Because there's just this natural pronation or supination that happens. And this energy of moving through the arches, that's a hard one to do. And sometimes I'll go down and I'll stroke the arches of people's feet to try and get them to move a little bit more energy through there. I come back to center. Almost. It's almost centered. But that's the funny thing about doing reclining Ardha Chandrasana, is that you'll see the room. Okay, come back to center, and you'll see half the room will be off in that direction. And so, be aware of that, because it's a humor for you, but it's like, are you sure you're centered?
So let's give it a try. Sandy, you want to talk me through it?
Sure.
Nice and easy after having something in the belly to.
Let your body extend out. Make sure there's room to extend your arms above your head without any obstacles. Margaret, move away from that door. That door is making me uncomfortable.
You're nervous about her with the door.
Yeah. Oh, and almost everybody's gotten their arms over their head. Take a moment, bring them down by your hips, just to let yourself just settle into the ground. Let all of the body just drop into gravity for a moment. And before you raise your arms, do a little bit of an energy check through your legs. And just let your legs push a little away from your hips. Let your thigh push away, let the knees tension a little bit, the calves, flex the foot. Try for an internal rotation. If you're turned out, let those inner thighs rotate towards each other. Does that hurt, Antoine, to actually rotate? A little bit? So that, and it hurts in the sacrum?
Above it and
Yeah. Okay. So go ahead and stretch your arms out. Above your head, take a couple of breaths with the arms stretched out. If you can, bring your legs closer together. Almost so that either the knees touch or the ankle bones touch. Anton, let me know if that hurts. It doesn't look like it does because you're not grimacing, but your lips are tight. Let your arms either rest on the ground or bring the palms together so the thumbs rest on the ground. There we go. Move the right leg to the right. It'll probably just go to the edge of your mat. And then bring that left leg over next to it. There we go. And now if you've moved that right leg too far, you got to bring it in next to the left leg. Yeah. Move a little energy through the feet. Now, if the torso will lean a little to that right side, then your torso to the left, right side. And again, try and move that energy from the insides of the legs. If you were standing, because you do this pose standing, so when you do this pose standing, you got to stand on the feet. Give it a couple of breaths. Notice where the breath is traveling. Where does it move? Hold that. Take the torso back to a more neutral place. Is that a little better? Yeah. So that, again, that's the adjustment. You're going to find somebody who has this. I promise. Take a breath, energize the arms just a little bit. Give it another long breath. Let the torso get a little bit longer. Again, think of that crescent moon in the sky. And then very slowly, first the left leg comes back, then the right leg comes back, then the torso comes back. And just relax your arms. If you want to drop them down by your sides, drop them down by your sides. Take a deep breath.
Anton, I'm having the same issue, and I'm just playing with it a little bit. Try keeping one leg bent. So like if you're center, bend both knees, everybody can try it. I'm just playing around because I'm having the same issue too. So bend your knees, bring your feet by your buttocks. Reach the hands a little bit towards the right, upper right corner of the mat. Keep the right foot bent, the right foot on the, so right knee bent, right foot on the mat. Now extend the left leg down to the right corner, right bottom corner of the mat. So you make a crescent with the left side of the body, and the right foot is, the right knee is still bent. How does that feel?
It's still a crescent too.
How does it feel for you, Anton?
anything with the knees up.
Yeah,
You know,
is okay. See, I can do this one too.
You know, is that aggravating?
that just brings the lower back up.
That's okay. If your lower back arches or comes off the ground, you don't have to flatten it. It's not important to keep those things flat. They're meant to articulate. So if they have to articulate for you to do this, you do it. The hard part is, because there is a cue of bring your ribs into your body. That's a tough one, which may actually aggravate some people's bodies and lower backs.
Switch and go to the other side.
Yeah, switch that other side.
Because I'm having the same thing as you, Anton, and that this is how I would, if I was trying to do the pose to keep the aggravation out of that area, then I bend the one end leg. Because then that's allows it. So it'd be left knee bent, right foot reaches to the corner of the left, the left corner of the mat, and the arms to the left. So
You know that phrase, Mickey Mousing? I'm kind of Mickey Mousing this. I'm gonna make this work no matter what. I'm gonna make it work, but I'm gonna do it the way Mickey Mouse would make it work. Sure.
and release, come back, reset. Roll onto a side and press yourself up quickly.
Bobby did the whole crossed ankle version.
Yeah, you can
I
cross.
like that, because I had to do that with recovering from broken ribs.
Yeah.
Get the intercostal stretched out.
Can you demonstrate it so everybody can see laying down what it looks like?
So I would just try and just take it comfortably, and then this gets this whole side, and then I start to move over. And then this, I feel it all here. I don't feel it in the low back at all, where I did feel it in the low back when we were trying to
Move through the arches.
straighten like this. I felt right under there.
That's interesting. Let me try this.
So
Anton, try it with the cross ankles and see if that sort of changes it.
it just feels like
So-
it stretches the back of the top of the glute.
Glute, okay.
Yeah.
But you cross the inside leg or the outside leg?
I put the one that's being stretched, that one's underneath.
Oh yeah, I feel
my
that in the
ankle.
quad much more than I feel it in the back.
So if I'm going to the left, I put the left leg on top of the right ankle.
Anton, how does this change it for you?
It's different.
Switch the crossing of your legs, Anton. Just because. Doesn't want to?
Yeah.
Yeah, do it the other way then, because I. Oh, that top leg grounds the bottom leg into the floor more.
So, thank you.
Thank you.
Just variations on it, and to be aware that, so out of, how come all of a sudden I can't count, 7 of us? 2 of us, that simple pose is very uncomfortable. So, you know, variations and being aware. Interestingly, so I don't know if everybody caught it, but this pose here, balancing half moon, and this pose here, they're calling the same thing. I always call this crescent moon because it looks like a little crescent moon, and this was always half moon. But just so you are aware, if you say Ardha Chandrasana, I would do this pose. If you said Ardha Chandrasana.
It's not the name in Sanskrit. Because on top it distinguishes between balancing and.
Right.
Yeah.
It says, this one says balancing, this one is not, but it's the same Sanskrit.
They work on different chakras.
Yeah.
Because the word Chandra doesn't change and it just means moon,
Moon,
and Ardha is the
Chandra.
same, so they can't. It
Yeah.
just doesn't look language.
Yeah. So
And
let's,
it is a lateral bend.
Yeah.
And that's
Yeah.
the other thing is, it's not only a balancer, but it is a lateral bend.
so the seated options are in a seated cross leg, going over to the side like so.
And I've used this at the beginning of the class.
Yeah. This is one of the poses. You can also do this with the legs in Baddha Konasana, which is very popular in Iyengar style. We're going to do it here.
Things going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like right here, right here.
My inclination is this is where, because you know this is difficult, always have a block and a blanket close by, because what it is if at the beginning of the class or at the end of the class, the teacher pulls you into it, and it's not a straight out Iyengar class, because after every pose you put the toys away, you pull that blanket in and you just sit on it until they start class, and then it's there. You have it.
So, let's go into this one. Don't, stay seated. A little bit more. I want to. Who do I want to have demonstrate this? Anton, will you demonstrate for me?
Sure.
So you're going to come to the front and sit here facing the front wall. Sorry, push my papers away. Let's start without the blanket. Sorry. Okay. So this is one of this particular side stretch, the seated side stretch, I'd say is on my top 10 for almost everybody can benefit from the blanket. Almost everybody can. Because again, and I have this big time, is the weight then starts to settle, in my experience, in the low back area, and it's hard to find the space to lift up out of the low back. Okay? So bring your right hand down by the right hip and reach the left hand over. Don't worry about doing it right. We're just going in because I'm going to make you do it a couple times, and then reach over to my side. Bend the elbow and come down. Come over. Don't come all the way over. Sorry. I wasn't. Okay. So what happens in this pose is that the left hip ends up trying to come up with the left side of the rib cage, and this side of the body ends up being compromised because there's not enough space in the body, and it ends up like folding like in half this way. Does that make sense? So what I like to do in this is we come out of the pose and sit up on the blanket. Okay? So automatically then he has a little bit more support for the low back. There's a little bit more space for where the hips can be. Now here's the key. The block. The block comes next to the right hip. Bring the hand there. So automatically he's up a little higher because of the blanket, but automatically he also has more space on the side body. So bring the left hand up. Now, wait, don't go over yet. Just bring the left hand up. The idea is here is to try to reach and lengthen both sides of the body up. Okay? Now, instead of focusing on bending the elbow, slide the block away from you, keeping this side of the body long. Slide the block away and tilt to that side. Now bend the elbow. There. Okay? How does it feel?
Different.
To come out of the pose, you energize the fingertips and reach yourself up and out of the pose. So the idea, and this is what I'm sharing with you, is like a classic Iyengar type movement in the pose, or how to talk someone into the pose. So the idea is inhale the right arm up, reach up through the fingertips, lengthen both sides of the body, be more concerned about reaching up than over. Now slide the block away from you, and if you feel comfortable, it's basically like a tilt. It's the same movement we did laying down, where you tilt over, right? Creating the space along the rib cage, if you like. Bend the elbow and come a little bit further down, right?
Can you bring your right arm forward a little bit into your ear? There we go. Is that more difficult, or do you not feel that at all?
No, I don't feel it at all.
No.
To come out of the pose, lift up through the fingertips and come out of the pose. So yes, it's a side bend, it's a side stretch, but it's not a side stretch. It's actually it's the same idea as in triangle pose, trying to keep length on both sides of the body, and then reaching over to one side. So just play with this a little bit. Grab a blanket, grab a block, and just play with. Go without a blanket, just sit on the floor. Don't use the block, reach over one side, then the other. Now add the blanket, try one side or the other, add the block. just play with it, okay? I like different amount of blankets. Is there blankets like that?
There's plenty of blankets.
So you're gonna do this pose, and don't go to your maximum, just play with it. You're gonna try it once with no props, no blanket, no block.
Hold that blanket in half of them.
And then you're gonna do it once just with the blanket, and then do it once with the block, and see the differences.
Set the block off by your hip so that it's there when you want it.
And you can also try the difference between Sukhasana or cross leg and then Baddha Konasana and feel how that changes the movement. And again, don't worry about going to your maximum, just go in where you're comfortable. When you use the block, remember you slide the block away first. You try to keep that length, and then you start to bend.
Just this. That makes sense?
Mm-hmm.
You're not trying to put your arm behind your head.
I'm going to go up before you go over.
And I want to point out that the silhouette pictures make it look like the shoulder is going up into the ear of the arm that's overhead. It shouldn't have to do that every time. You should be able to keep that shoulder away from the neck. It shouldn't always be overextended up in your ear like that. You should be able to drop that shoulder and take that side bend with that space available.
And one way to connect with that is to let that shoulder go up and then roll it down and create that space. Find that space for it.
Breathing. That's the only way that you can get a good sense of it. Breathe with it.
So what do we like? Do we like with blocks, without blocks, with blanket, without blanket? Baddha Konasana, Sukhasana. Or are you confused? Or do you not like any of it?
I want to do it block and blanket at the same time. Should I try them separately?
Yeah, try them separately. Do the blanket alone, do the block alone. See how it changes. And everybody's going to be different because we all, possibly different. We all have different torso proportions and.
Can you do it seated like they have in B with the hand on the hip too?
So you'd be leaning into the hand on the hip, is that how it has to see your hand on the hip?
You can tell whether or not you're crunching. Makes you like,
Or you push down into that hand onto the hip and you keep that hip from rising off the ground.
I like the block and blanket together. Yeah. Better than without.
Yeah. That's why you always grab a blanket.
What else do you?
I don't always feel the difference in terms of this one.
You feel it, yeah.
I wasn't big on the Baddha Konasana version of it.
No? You like the Sukhasana? Do you like it with or without blocks and blankets?
I liked it with blankets and
You like with blocks and blankets, Antoine?
I'm sorry, what reason?
She said to try it like this.
Oh, okay.
I didn't like it too much.
Yeah. The interesting thing is somebody might think, their perception might be that the props make it easier.
No, more challenging.
I love it.
The prop becomes an energy. Because it changes your focus away from the pattern. Right? So the prop, the blanket, the block, create a different awareness. You're now a different person because you have your hips lifted and you have something under your hand that wasn't there before. And so your attention becomes a little bit different. See, that's an interesting variation too, is squeezing the block. That's interesting.
My knees hurt,
Yeah.
so I can't sit in Sukhasana too much right now. So I'm just trying to relax and
Other variations.
Well, the other variation would be to take another blanket or to roll your mat so the backs of your knees are supported, so that when you push the legs into the ground, the knees press against something and they can't hyperextend, because that would
I just
be
think it's
just as
interesting.
irritating.
I think it's interesting after that, I think thing about knees and stuff, and that guy break and roll it out. I was like, oh, my knees. So,
And actually, all those planks, the amount of time you spent in planks, that if you have the tendency to hyperextend the knee in the plank instead of run the energy through the line of the leg, that would cause a lot of stress, so that when you go into Sukhasana or any bent pose, it's going to be the wire.
Yeah.
It's going to be holding that wire over and over and over again, because it just can't withstand that temperature. You know, you can do it to a 20-year-old. You can do it to a little kid. You know, somebody that's young, but the physical body doesn't need that kind of like, stop jumping around. Stop jumping around, hopping around.
So let's do it standing. So I think the biggest thing when I teach this pose to beginners, to most of the students I teach to, the biggest thing is the shoulders. They do not have the range of motion to have palms of the hands together overhead. That's a big range of motion for people. So yeah, that one, a lot of people cannot manage that without some extreme discomfort. So my big modification here is they show with like one hand on the hip, which I do this one, try it both sides. Hand on the hip. This is one that I do. Lisa Ann taught me the next one, which is, yes, one hand on the hip, but then bend the elbow and support the head. So this is good for, it still opens the shoulder, but then it supports
So you let your
the
head go into your hand. And so that opens up some of that ribcage area. And so that's that other thing, is if the ribs are poking out, can you actually align that torso on top of the hips there?
Go to the other side, try both sides, see if you like that, where the head can get a little extra support to the side.
Lateral bending is also a warm-up for twisting and back bends. And people don't realize that.
What's the way with the hands together?
So, well, let's do the one with the arms apart next. So inhale the arms up, have the arms be in a big, wide V. Don't worry about getting the hands. Big, wide V. Hips left, fingertips right.
You can balance the arms so that they're in alignment with your head and your ears, not trying to push those arms behind your head and your ears.
Go back through center, go the other way.
Because it's not necessarily about feeling, but are you breathing? Are you really letting that breath migrate through the pose? And also, if you're demoing this, could you talk?
Come through center, release the arms down. Roll the shoulders. So now let's do palms of the hands together, at least so you feel it. If it really bothers the shoulders, don't do it. Inhale the arms up, bring the palms of the hands together, lengthen the arms. Hips left, fingertips right. And through center, go the other way.
When you come back up to center, move your shoulders into your ears, and then move your shoulders away from your ears. Yeah, relax your jaw, relax your throat. Try the side bend again. See if your shoulders will stay in that position. And again, just notice if it comes from the waist and the lower back, or if it's coming from the ribs. And breathe.
Anybody notice that when you had to bring your shoulders away from your ears, how much harder it was to keep your arms straight? When immediately bent.
And the elbow may bend a little bit, but you're still energizing through the fingers. It's not, you're not cheating. You're not cheating at all. This actually, I mean, my arms are so close to my ears, and then this actually, it's really strange. I think my voice goes higher when I go like this, and then it drops back down again when I go like this. So, I mean, there are these finite things of observing that energy.
Let's do goddess pose next. So goddess pose is basically a squat, but not down on the ground. It's a squat where the hips are higher. There's only a few poses where, to me, where the feet are like at an angle turned out. There's what I was here dancing Shiva, where the feet are turned out, and this one here. So you want the feet to be wide apart. This is a really good one for beginners, really good in my opinion, because it helps to build strength, and they don't have to go deep to still get the benefits. And yet, I love teaching this in a mixed level class, because the people who are like athletes who are ready for a workout, you just have them go really wide and really low, right? So,
You did this one outside.
yes. I love it outside. So toes tucked, toes pointed out. Now here's the only thing that happens is that people's knees go like this. So you have to draw them out and engage the outer thighs, drawing the knees back over the ankles. Hands to prayer mudras hands is one variation.
It's like I've turned the feet out so far.
Yep.
Yeah, and because it's your sacrum, be nice to your sacrum. Trust your sacrum. It will tell you what to do. If it's too much, back off of it. This is a tough one to do.
Sure. You missed that whole thing.
You missed that whole ordeal.
They're coming soon.
I had it off earlier.
They're coming soon. Yes. And then open the arms apart. Elbows are bent. Fingertips spread wide apart. Palms towards the front. Squeeze the shoulder blades together. Opening the heart, lift the gaze. Yeah.
Are you in your heels or are you in your toes? Check that out. And if it's easy for you to squeeze your shoulder blades together, bring them forward a little bit, but keep your body upright. Like this way. Make it forward. More than everyone's. That's easy for you, Anton, that squeeze back. And I want you to breathe because that may be what cuts you off from your brain sometimes.
Lengthen the legs, release the arms. Step the feet together.
I give these little things when I see things that people need to hear. And so I'm not trying to pull you out, but I want to give you another way of approaching it.
So I love teaching goddess pose, like I said, with beginners, intermediate students. It's totally level appropriate for anybody. And then if you want to make it really hard for advanced students, is you have them go onto the balls of their feet.
You can also twist them because they have to keep their hips, and that means that they're not cheating because you can't take that back hip with you. You have to take them
And so that's a bit of a warm-up to just make somebody swing like a barn door.
Right.
Yeah.
And then you do one heel at a time?
I would start with one heel at a time. That's a tough one.
So you have a knee issue, doesn't bother your knees?
But I'm not gonna do it a lot.
You've got your turnout is
You're
so,
turning out a lot. I don't
So
turn
would-
out that much.
Don't turn out that much.
At a 45-degree
No.
angle.
No?
Point
Yeah,
it, point it to
that's
your mat corners.
Yeah.
Mat corners is what I line up to.
Mhm.
Yeah.
You may not get that
And then
tuck
your
in
knee
the
is still
tailbone.
way towards the,
Yeah.
Untuck your tailbone just for a moment.
But then
Now
my
find,
knees-
now,
now
but
my knees
define the
start
split
to
the difference. Split the, I want you to untuck it, but don't tuck it as much now. Just tuck a little.
I think that's called twerking. I think that's
Zumba.
called twerking.
But that's what I mean, is it's like, you don't want to find the way part, and you don't want to find the locked part, because then you close off from this area. So what allows you to drop in between that inner channel? Yeah, and you've got to be careful with that turnout, because that turnout's going to shift you, and you're going to find different muscles with less turnout.
So the
But then,
emphasis
did you try
for me
dropping
needs
one
to be-
heel?
Yeah.
And up?
Oh,
One heel, then down.
Because you're
down,
strong.
down.
Right.
While both heels are up.
Relax your jaw.
Yeah.
This is a tough one.
Then drop one heel,
Renee was
and up,
actually, Renee was
and
actually,
other heel,
yeah.
and up.
Renee was actually has a version of tree that's up on the toes. That is, I had never seen it before, but it's a wonderful way of actually exploring tree pose.
Yeah.
I was doing yoga the other day, and I was doing a little video thing, and I went up on the toes, and I almost fell over. Like, I literally was like, really? I can't balance on my toes? Like, what happened? I mean, now I can do it, but
At that time,
your
it
feet are
was
too
like,
close together, too. I just was like, oh, I feel like a
Also,
toddler learning how to walk.
sometimes a slight bend in the knee allows the heel to come up a
I
little
usually
bit.
always have a slight bend because of my knee problem.
yeah.
And I
But-
think the hips actually like it because it becomes more like a spring. So you're actually having to work into the ankle a little bit more, and it becomes more springy.
It seems like I'm lying down, but
At the time, you were like, what?
I like
tired.
went up, and maybe because I wasn't expecting it. Like now I'm telling myself to do it, but then it was like I was being told.
Oh, we're gonna do Utkatasana now.
No, we're not.
No.
No, we have to go on to our other game.
Oh, we got another game. Oh, this is the good game.
So we're still working on sequencing poses. And so you had an opportunity to be given the poses and put them in the sequence. Now it's going to be a
So we're gonna need a pose.
All visuals. Sequencing roulette.
sequencing roulette. I love it.
It's a good name.
Lisa Ann and I love to teach like this, actually. It's like my favorite thing in the world is to do what we call round robin, where one of us starts, and then the next person has to pick up, and then the next person has to pick up, and so on and so forth. And I really love it because it's like it really blossoms into something that neither of us could have planned and is creative and unique to us teaching together.
Mm-hmm.
But you're on your toes because it's like you don't know when they're gonna. And when we do round robin, you don't know when they're gonna throw it to you, and so like you're always like, okay, if she gives it to me now, I'm gonna do this pose. Give it to me now, I'm gonna do this pose. So you're always like, you know, what's coming next?
So be gentle with your body. Don't go for full out.
No, everybody had
You've been
food
here
and
for, everybody's been at this for
a
5
couple
hours. So
Poor
don't go.
Jasmine, this is her thing.
I know. Throw it
She's
at her.
yeah.
Yeah, throw it at her. So all that we're going to do is very simply is we're going to do a pose. We're going to hand it off, and you have to do what would be the appropriate next pose to do. Okay? Yeah. You have to teach it. You have to say what it is. It does not have to be something that we've learned here, whatever, but keep it, keep it beginner intermediate. No intermediate advanced type things. We keep taking it easy here. And if you're like really motivated and you want to do, like you're doing, I'm just trying to think of an example, like let's say cat-cow, and you want to do 2 poses, you want to add on an extension, just communicate that. I'm going to do 2 poses. Yes. But then you're going You'll pass it back to one of us. You can call, you can say, Lisa Ann, you're next. You can say, Annalisa, you're next. We'll do a pose, and we'll pass it on to one of you.
We've done it actually silently, where it's just all of a sudden I realize there's a space there and I can step in.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to always be a verbal cue. It
doesn't have to guide the help. Exactly. No, it's not. You only have the requirement is one pose. Okay? So, and we have about half an hour to do it, so everybody will get a few turns to do it. So let's start seated. And I'll start, since my name starts with an A. Come to a simple seated
My
position.
other name starts with an A.
Baddha Konasana, Sukhasana, Dandasana. Roll the shoulders back, close the eyes, take a breath. Allowing some space for some fun and some exploration and some experimentation. Inhale the arms up to the ceiling. Bring the palms of the hands together in front of the heart. Up chin to the chest, take breath. Then and flowing through all of us. Release the hands to the tops of the thighs. Open the eyes. Look at the floor in front of you and gently bring your head up to neutral. Nice and easy. Inhale the arms up. Exhale, release the arms down. 3 more times. Inhale up. Nice and easy. Allow the breath to match the movement. Exhale down. 2 more times. And in those 2 times, Bobby can decide what she's going to do next.
On the next inhale, bring the left hand to your right knee. Turn the torso to the right. Bring the right hand. Inhale, stretch and reach the form. Exhale, deepen. Inhale, lean, extend. Exhale, deepen. Inhale, turn the torso and release the left hand. Bring the right hand over to the left knee. Extend to the ground, bringing that left hand behind you. Exhale, more deeper. Inhale, inhale, reaching back straight. Exhale. On the next inhale, bring it closer to the front. Hands in front of you. Face it in.
Bring your soles and your feet to Baddha Konasana. And go ahead and go for a forward fold.
And take 3 to 5 breaths in that forward fold. Notice if it's reaching into the low back, mid back, upper back. Every time you exhale, let gravity take you a little closer, even if the back is curving. And you're going to stay in this forward fold, and you're going to walk your torso towards your right leg. Right arm will be on the outside of the knee, the left hand will be on the inside of the ankle or the calf. If the left buttock comes off the floor, gently breathe it back to the ground. And take 3 breaths here.
As you come into that last breath, come back through center. You can push into your hands so you can lift up your heart a bit, and then we're just going to go over to that left side. Take your time. About 3 breaths once you settle onto it. Relax your jaw, make your facial muscles slacken a bit. sit back into those sit bones a little bit more. Or lean forward a little bit more. Let gravity guide you. Let your breath guide you. Next breath, bring yourself back to center. And you're going to use the arms to help roll the body back up on top of the sit bone. Go ahead.
We're going to cross our legs in simple postures. With your right ear to your right shoulder, gently dropping your head to the side. And straighten your head. Take your left ear to your left shoulder.
Check your jaw.
Watch your gaze. And straighten your head. We're going to take a roll of neck. Roll your head around our neck. If it feels comfortable, you can go all the way back, or you can just do the front from ear to ear. And bring your head upright. And we're going to look to the right. And look to the left, almost like we're shaping your head novus. Right. And back to the right. And left again. And then gaze forward. Interlace your fingers in front of your face. Roll the wrists around right. Roll the wrists around left. Press the palms out in front of you from your heart, stretching the opposite way with the wrists. Reach the palms up towards the ceiling. Allow the shoulders to shrug up to the ears, and then roll the shoulders back and down. Draw the belly button in slightly, draw the rib cage back. Take a breath. Soften the jaw, relax the throat. Release the hands out in front of you. Change the cross of your legs, change the cross of your hands. Press the palms away from you. Reach up high with the hands. Let the shoulders come up to the ears and then roll the shoulders back and down. Bring the rib cage back in. Feel that length from the spine. Lift the gaze a little bit. If you're looking at the floor, lift it up. And releasing the hands back and down. Hands back.
Go ahead and find a soft gaze in front of you. Move your eyes to that upper right corner. Take a deep breath. On that exhale, let your eyes fall to the lower left corner. And then inhale back up to the upper right corner. And exhale, let them fall to the lower left corner. Gaze up to the upper left corner. Exhale to the lower right corner. Inhale to the upper left corner. Exhale to the lower right corner. Now look at your nose. And let exhale, let your eyes soften. Please.
Okay, come into all fours. And we'll do a cat-cow. So inhale your stomach up into cat.
Exhale. Back up into cow. And do this 3 times. Sand.
Then we'll continue in the cat breath. As you come into the next exhalation, draw the right knee towards your nose. And as you inhale, extend that leg out behind you straight again. And we do 4 of these. Or 4 more, I think. And go at your own pace. Let your breath be your guide. Extend only as the body responds positively. When you finish that last round, return back to the cat's breath 2 or 3 times. And if the wrists are getting fatigued, you can actually, when you pull back into the cat, lean back towards your heels and take the pressure off the heel of your hand as you do that next round. And do it one more time. You'll push back into the hands and then you'll pull those hips back towards the heels and take the pressure off the hands, pulling it more into that belly area. That's if your wrists are fatigued. And then you're going to start in on that left side. The exhale pulls the knee towards the nose, squeezing out all the breath. And then inhale, extend. And again, about 5 of them. When you finish that last round, you can either drop this to child's pose or you can do your cat's breath. And doggy. Come back up to the table. Bring out your left leg and extend it. And come up on the right knee. Put your left hand on your left thigh. Draw up your right hand over your head. Soften the shoulders. And on an exhale, slowly let yourself drop to the left. Right hand slide up and down the back. Inhale back up. Exhale again to the left. Let that stretch through the rib cage area, the intestines. Inhale up. Exhale again to the left. And we'll hold it with your fingers. Engage that lower back. Let it stretch. Move into it. Relax the jaw. When you get ready, come back up. Drop the right arm. Come back into the table, bring the left leg in. And exhale, bring your right leg out now. Stand it. Bring your torso up. Make sure your hips are aligned. And you're pushing into the outer edge of that extended leg. Bring your left leg up. Right leg on your thigh. Exhale slowly over. Inhale. Reach through the crown, reach through the back. Exhale over. Inhale. Exhale over. Inhale.
And exhaling with very distal breaths. Try not to let the hips go back too far. Maybe push them a little bit forward. Engage those ribs and aspects. Breathe deep breaths out. When you're ready, inhale back up. Back the left arm. And reach forward. Leg in. And go into child's pose. 3 to 4 breaths. Margaret. And the next inhale, and out sitting on your heels. We're going to come up to kneeling. And I don't remember the name of this pose, but you're going to put your hands on the back of your hips, push out slightly, and if you can, reach back and hold with your right hand on your right heel. And bring your left hand straight up and stop. Next your jaw. Next your jaw, keep breathing. Now bring both your hands back to your hips. Push your hips out slightly. Bring your left hand to your left heel and your right arm straight up. A variation, if you can't reach your heel, is just to keep your hand on your hip. And both hands back to the hip. Bring your hands to the mat. Curl your toes under and come up to downward facing dog. Since this is our first downward dog of the day, you can alternate your heels or swing your hips side to side just to get yourself into the pose a little better. You can either step or jump your feet up to your hands. Do a forward fold. I'm going to do reverse swan dive. Take a deep breath and bring your arms up. And your hands down into prayer mudra by your heart. Take a minute to close your eyes. Some time, 2 breaths here to notice any sensations, any responses to the asana, warmth of the body, tingling, coolness, strain, pressure, anything that the body is wanting to share with you. And have your arms up. Exhale, swan dive forward, forward, forward into asana. Inhale, flat back, look up. Exhale, forward, forward. Inhale.
Go back up to parallel. And exhale into squat. Your arms straight in front of you. Go ahead and inhale back up. Just like back bend. And
Exhale back into mountain pose. Inhale your arms up. Exhale back down to Vinyasa. Inhale parallel. And exhale to squat. Inhale arms in front, back up, slight back bend. Soft knees. And exhale back down into mountain. Up.
Drop the arms. Exhale here, roll the shoulders. Roll them back. Circles. And going the other way. And next inhale. Raise your arms over the head. Exhale, forward bend. Inhale, left leg back. Drop the knee. And come up onto the thigh. Breathe here. Release the hips so that you can sink a little bit deeper. Pull the shoulders back, open your heart space. If you can, put your arms overhead. Nice deep breaths. Extend the back. Don't compress the low back, but breathe out and up out of the low back. On your next exhale, drop your hands. Step forward into Uttanasana. Inhale, swan it up. Exhale, hands to your sides. Other side. Inhale. Exhale, forward bend. Inhale, right leg back. Drop the knee. Come up onto the thigh. Settle here, drop the hips a little deeper. If you want, you can even reach your hands behind your back. Maybe grab the elbows. Reach with the heart. Take your knees up. Breathe into the upper chest. Rib cage. And then next exhale, release the hands. Bring down to the mat. Inhale, bring the right leg forward. Forward fold. Exhale here. Inhale. Hands side, forward and up. Through. Down through the hips. Release.
Set the left leg back behind you. Give it a 45-degree angle. Actually, and align yourself and get ready for it. Actually, you want to straighten your, not 45-degree angle on your foot, but more of a right angle. You want your arch, heel, and toe in alignment. Get ready for triangle pose. Raise your arms. And then bend your knee, the right knee down. Look over that right arm. And then bring the right hand down to your ankle or the floor, whichever is more comfortable. Reaching up with the left hand. And breathe. Come back up into warrior. And then straighten both legs. Turn your head, turn your feet frontwards. Turn your left foot to the other side. You want your heel toe heel and arch in alignment. And then bend your knee, bringing your left hand down to your ankle or the floor, whichever is more comfortable for you. Reaching up with that right arm and take 3 breaths here. And come back up. Straighten both feet to the back of the room. And Lisa Ann.
Parallel both your feet. Move forward. And you're going to come on to the hips. Hinge in the hips. Sending the sit bones back a little tiny bit behind the heels. Bend the knees if that's necessary for you. Leaning towards the toes. Halfway down. Take a moment there and breathe. Connect to that navel chakra energy. Make sure that the breath still flows, jaws released. If you want to take this into a full forward fold, let your hands slide down your legs with your head hanging down. About 6 breaths here. Notice if you're in your heels or in your toes. Can you bring your balance in the middle of the foot and to the outer 4 corners? Kneecaps are a bit lifted, quads are active, the toes are active. Keep your eyes open for balance. Let the top jaw hang away from the bottom mandible. Let that just hang. The teeth separate, the tongue can be on the roof of the mouth. 3 more breaths. Walk your hands forward as you continue those last few breaths. Push up onto the palms of the hands and flatten that back for a moment. Lift up the belly muscles. Yeah, if you have to bend in the knees, bend those knees, turn the feet out a little bit if it's necessary. And your thigh has to work a little more if the foot's turned out. And think of this as football height. Take a breath in. You can either choose to bring your hands back to your hips, have a slight bend in the knees, or you can bring your hands to the top of the bent knee on top of that thigh. You're going to unfold this, bring it all the way back up. Take a moment, let your breathing go back to normal. Keep your eyes open for that balance. Let all that blood flow come back to the top of the head. And flow back to the heart. You're going to turn your right foot out and turn your left toes in towards that right foot. You're going to let that right knee bend. You're going to let your your left hand come down by that right foot. And you're going to take your first twist, standing 3 to 5 breaths, whatever works for you. Just try to stay connected to that back foot. Don't be too wide.
If you ate a little bit and you don't want to go as deep, you can put the hand to the thigh or block.
Yes. When you're ready to shift this, let the hands come down. Do downward facing dog. Take a breath. Maybe 2. Look up towards your hands and shift that left foot forward. Keep that right hand down on the ground. If your heel is down, place that heel back on the ground before you start that twist. Bring the hand to the knee, the thigh, and then open it up if you feel appropriate. About 3 to 5 breaths. Depends on how fast you're breathing. Check your jaw, check your neck. Do not strain through the neck here. You may want to even just look at the ground and just let that head be soft. The back leg, front bend. Yeah. And then when you're ready, hands are going to come back down, downward facing dog. Rolling softly.
Three-legged dog. Right leg floats up. A nice stretch to the right side. Reach through the ball of the foot. And then let the right foot float back down. Left foot floats up. Take a breath. Left foot floats down. Taking a breath in downward facing dog. Time to start bringing down the practice. Child's pose. Softly dropping the knees to the ground. Let the hips melt back to the heels. Rest the forehead. Take a few breaths. And space. Breaths. Yes. And time. We'll do the next poses. Poses. Poses and time. Good.
So then you choose from.
Come up on shins. You spin your legs all the way around the front into staff pose. Shake your legs out if you need to, loosen up the hamstrings. Go ahead and raise your arms up in a goalpost and widen your fingertips. Now breathe through your fingertips. Deep breath in. And exhale. Take a deep breath in. Exhale. Next inhale, you're going to drop your right arm down. Still hold in that 45-degree angle. Egyptian style, whatever it is. Take a deep breath in. Then on that exhale, you're going to do a mirror image.
It has a sound.
Yeah. And then exhale again. Reverse it. Mirror image. One more time. Inhale. Go ahead and relax those shoulders and those hands down by your hips. Shake out those legs again. And go ahead and bring your knees all the way up and your feet close to your bottom. And just hug your knees.
Okay, we're going to go back. Lay on your backs. We bring our feet up and grasp the outer edge of the foot. I'm happy to lead. Just relax and exercise. This feels good for you. And just stay stationary. Relax your feet back down into the front. And draw one knee to your chest. And hug it. Be sure to relax your face and your jaw in this pose. And put that leg back down. Draw your other knee up, like that. And knee back down. Knees.
Draw your right knee back into your chest, and then you bring the knee up, unbend your knee, keep it straight, and rotate your foot around to the right 3 times. And then rotate to the left 3 times. And release that leg back down to the ground. Bring your left knee to your chest, straighten it, and rotate your foot 3 times to the right, and then reverse it to the left. And release that leg back down to the ground. And Melissa?
Bend both knees back into the chest. Put the knees in close. Hold on to the right knee and drop the left foot to the mat with the left knee bent towards the ceiling. Cross the right ankle over the left thigh, letting the right hip turn out, creating a little triangle with 2 legs to thread the needle. Thread the right leg through the right hand, through the bent right leg, and hold on behind the left thigh. You'll probably have to lift the left foot off the floor to reach it. So holding on behind the left thigh, flex the right foot. Take a few luxurious breaths here. Relax the shoulders. And breath floating in. And draw the left foot, drop back to the ground, and cross the left leg. Cross the left ankle over the right thigh, flexing the foot. Thread the left hand through the bent left leg. Lift the right foot off of the mat and hold on behind the right thigh. Breathe. Hold on the right thigh, let the right foot return down to the ground, and across the left leg. And just windshield wiper the knees back and forth a little bit, massaging into the buttocks. Just sway the knees back and forth. Find and flat on relaxation. Lengthen the legs if it works for you for Flying Shavasana. Or if you like, Supta Baddha Konasana. Recline down leg pose, soles of the feet together, knees apart. If you need any blankets or props to be comfortable, find those now. And a really luxurious, soft, comfortable position that your body enjoys. Allow the back body to relax into the floor, wherever it is. Open the jaw. Soften the lips.
A few moments here, become aware of the back of the body. And then it touches ground, the shoulders, mid-back, how the ribs fall and rise to each breath and each exhalation. Notice where the low back, the sacrum touch down. Just notice the quality of the spine as it surrenders the practice. For a few moments, look at the spine opening and the nerves of the spine dropping to the ground, releasing their work, their job. And think of each nerve ending like a tendril of root, shoot, that goes into the earth. It does it from the base of your spine, up the spine, on either side of the spine, past the navel, under the solar plexus, behind the heart, and up to the base of the neck there, and maybe a little out the back of the head. Every breath you take, those tendrils reach deeper into the earth. They go past the first layer, which is man-made. And they search down for the first layer of dirt and rock. And every breath you take, they reach a little deeper. And they hit the subterranean waters below the dirt. And let them just bathe in that moisture. Like they're drinking up the energy, that quality, that magnetic quality the earth possesses. You go a little bit deeper and you start to hit the crystal and the minerals that are deeper and held deeper and deeper in the earth. The precious, the semi-precious. And you let that flow into the tendrils of the spine, into those roots of the spine. Hit that center, that first part of the center of the earth, which is kind of hot, but it's solid still. Breathe that into those nerves and you let it circulate. And you find that molten center, which is why that core is so warm. You keep breathing into that. And you can hold those tendrils into the earth Bring your attention to the front of the body in complete alignment with those tendrils. From pubic bone to navel, to solar plexus to heart, into the throat and under the jaw. And let this part of yourself open to the light of the day. As if you're breathing in that light of the day and pulling in the power of the earth. And all the things that the light of the day possesses, the darkness, nighttime, the starlight, it's there whether it's light or dark. Moon and no moon, the galaxies, the weather that surrounds our earth, the winds that blow, the water that can fall. When all of these things merge and mingle with each other, you are part of all of them. So pull yourself from behind, pull your tendrils from the center of the earth. Going to pass through that hard core to the precious crystal core, to the subterranean waters, let it cool you. To the ground that's above those waters. Whether it be rocky, rough, or silty. Bringing all of those tendrils back up into your own being, almost as if every inhalation pulls them back towards you. And when you've reached your core, your center from behind you, bring yourself from the front out from the universe and slowly pass through all the spheres of the outer world above the earth, the thunder and the lightning, and the waters and the sky, and the oxygen that we share with each other. Bring it all the way back into yourself. Bring all of these qualities into Anahata, front of your chest. Qualities, the earth that supports you, and the sky that allows you to grow tall and strong. With the color of the heart, some people see it as green, some people see it as red. Your mantra for the heart is Yam. The element for the heart is air. The heart responds to the sense of rose and jasmine and lavender. The deities that the heart responds to is Krishna, Christ, and Yahweh, and Ram. The yoga path is bhakti. As you breathe in and you breathe out of this heart chakra, And very slowly also become aware of the rest of the body. You notice your toes, you notice your knees. You're gonna let those knees bend. Keep your eyes soft and closed. And you're gonna let yourself roll to the left or to the right. Let your knees come towards you. And just take a moment on that side. Let the back of the heart breathe. Let that back side of the heart pulse out behind you. And sit yourself up. I'm going to take a moment as you sit up. Let your eyes stay closed for that moment. Just find a comfortable spot. Sit on something if you need support. And give yourself at least 3 breaths before you let your eyes open. And you may want to angle your body so that you can face towards me. When your eyes open, you're going to bring your hands to Padma Mudra, and that is the heel of the hand, the pinky, and the thumb come together, and the rest of the fingers spread apart. There might be a little triangle in the pinky there, and they can be right underneath you. And keep your eyes open. I'm going to give you the image. Hummingbird, door, bliss, and the heart. And just let your eyes focus on it as best you can. The petals that it has is 12. I'm interpreting that for the 6 senses. And the 5 other chakras that exist from top to bottom. And the Bija sound is yam, right? And we're going to chant yam. If you can hold any of the energy of the petals, or maybe you just see the hummingbird wings flap, and they flap very fast. Or maybe the others. And take your first breath in, let your eyes close, and see if you can hold a portion of the chakra, of the yantra. And as you exhale the next breath,
Yeah.
chest and back. Let the body breathe in from the heart, out through the arms into the padma mudra, into the hands then. Let it exchange, let that heart breathe in again. Send it out into the hands. Take one more long deep breath. Put your hands forward into Anjali Mudra. This is another representation of the heart. Bow to the bliss that's inside of you, bow to the bliss that you can share. Hold compassion close to your heart. Namaste. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing that. It's quite good. So, practice poses that you want to put next to each other. Practice sequencing. What poses you think should go after that pose and this pose. And you're ready to definitely dive into that homework assignment, which is one of the bigger homework assignments, is I think 40 yoga poses and a sequence, 2 sequences, one for beginner, one for intermediate. And if you have any questions, ask us, and then we're going to see you tomorrow. Tomorrow. Two. All right, tomorrow at 2. Today was tomorrow at 2. I wanted to pass out this one handout that we went over about stress learning systems. So come grab one. Where did that come? That is from the same company as the toolbox. Yeah, if you go to the website, you will be able to actually purchase all the chakras. And there's that. And did I, the other thing I forgot, I also have a dosha test. What I recommend doing is copying it, and then you'll have a clean copy of it, and then search on the internet for other versions of it. And do it 4 times a year. Take it seasonally. You know, when the season's going to change, take the dosha test, because it will change with the seasons. Differently. Huh?
Something might have changed for me. When I took it different times, I was like, why does that seem different? You know?
And we're doing a Monday class. I'm doing a Monday class? No Monday this week. Oh, then I want to remind everybody that's here that I think I've gotten 2 people have sent in their anatomy questions. And if you need a little more inspiration, I have another handout, which we will be covering, that has to do with skeletal and muscular anatomy. And it's pretty extensive.
I don't remember what the anatomy was.
Yeah. You have to make up 2.
Oh, okay, that's right.
And then when I get all 2 of them, then I'm going to send out the whole questionnaire. And if I alter anything, it's because it's necessary.
I didn't know we were supposed to email them.
Yeah, do email them to me, because that's the only way that I can send